on you to keep me in line.
It was fall. The weather was starting to turn, but not as bad as this case had. But I had my teeth sunk in, and I wasn't letting go.
Hail and well met, fellow adventurers. Welcome back. Happy Mystery Sunday. Hope you're all doing well. Tonight, we're going to be playing some more Roottrees Are Dead. We'll probably finish that up. And if we've got time, we'll start the House of Tesla. But first, we need to find some hidden cats in Istanbul. That's what's on the docket for today. Hello, Gantriok. Hello, Yohei. Hello, Railway. Good to see you, folks. Yohei, thank you for those bits. See if I can pull this off. It was fall. The weather was starting to turn, but not as bad as this case had. I had my teeth sunk in, and I wasn't letting go. You wouldn't know what to do if I did. You stop making those horrible puns and I'll think about it. We enjoy the puns here, all right? We're just a punny bunch of people. All right. Let's get to finding some cats. Okay, we got these 3 levels to get through, and then the big festival at the end. Can we do it? I think so. Oh, oh, oh. Two levels. We did that one already. As you were typing. I did this one before, so I'm just gonna like go with the win this time. Oh, thanks. Appreciate that. Oh, my chat. Ever generous. Hey, Rory. I never realized how fine the line was between generous and absolutely arrogant until this chat, and we all use that line like a goddamn jump rope. Okay. Hey, Sharp. Thank you for shouting out Sharp. If you're not already following Sharp, click that button at the top of chat, and please do so. Wrong. Oh, only if you want to? The Redway says wrong. Do what you're told or else. Oh, man. Hey, we found all the kitties. Now we just gotta get the people. The Gago Mafia is real. You could not be part of this Twitch group. You could have one of us show up to your house with a baseball bat tonight. Oh my. Oh dear. Whoa. Caution. Oh, wow. We're gonna have to do a zoom in. Floor pattern. Boy. It's hard to cut through. Maybe? Oh, oh. Above and left of man bun. Oh shoot, missed it. Above and nice. Thanks for railway. Couldn't describe most of the ones you're seeing? Yeah, that's fair. It is a little difficult. Over there. No. The other there. No. The other. Yep. Yep. All right, we're down to 6. I think there's one on screen. I heard a kitty cat when we got down to the bottom here. Left of the chandelier, there's a steeple. Left of that, unless you got it while I was making food. Left of the chandelier. Okay. Ah! Nice. There's another one. There were 2! Railway's so good at describing. He found 2 in one description. Incredible. Heard it again. There is indeed a kitty cat somewhere in this lower half, I think. Uh, when you did this one, it only took you 5 or 6 minutes. Oh well. I mean, I can't live up to. I can't live up to that. He's just too good. Go. 2 left. Oh? Somewhere in the top half, huh? Oh. Oh, man. Woo! All right. Yeah. Somewhere in the top half is the last kitty. See if you can spot it. I see a kitty. Can you see a kitty? Oh, man. You did find it? Okay. For anyone else, see if I can give you a clue. If you're still struggling, let's see. This particular cat is a little bit stained. Cats are always dirty, though. Indeed. Well, are they, though? As often as they clean themselves? I don't know about that. Hello, Quack. Is anyone still searching? Okay. Right here. Ooh, that's pretty. All right. The last one, the Balat Festival. Okay. So we got 50 people to find and 100 kitties. Okay. Nerd on the left. The one reading? Is that what you mean? Or this guy? Middle dude. Oh, I see. Ah, nice. Left of cat and sign. Upside down, moon and star. Nice. Thank you, Railway. Lady with the bun is hiding well. Uh-oh. Is she on... is she on screen? Or are you just saying you haven't been able to spot her yet? Oh, okay. Yeah. I know, I've been trying to keep an eye out. You would think that that bun would stick out, but yeah. tiny little guy. Oh my god. The bun was blending in with the chair. Okay, just gotta find 28 people. Just find 28 people, chat. I see 10 people. higher chance in finding Waldo. I suppose so. Middle of the screen, the running kid. Aha! Nice. Mustache is off screen to the right. Okay. Nice. I think. So I'm sitting down. Some of these kids over here, maybe? You found the mullet? Ah, yes. Ah, no worries. No worries. Okay, we're down to the final 4. Nice. We're looking for a guy with glasses and somebody with shorter hair looking up. Oh, there you go. Here's one. All right. Now we're just looking for the guy with the glasses. Nice. Oh, it's so pretty. Okay. We have finished all the levels. We got all 61 achievements. Hat-a-palooza, indeed. All right, let's get to the root trees are dead. Rory, thanks for the 20 stream streak. Appreciate that. So we were fairly close to the end here. We're going to finish this up. We might have to continue using hints, because I'm not entirely sure where to go with everything right now. I mean, I don't mind using hints. It's been a week. I don't know how much of this I'm gonna remember from then. Finding a picture of Christine Farrow is gonna be pretty big. How many do we have to fill in, by the way? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so we're pretty sure about this one, so that's 1. Feeling good about that. 2, 3, 4. So as soon as we get a 5th one here, because they will reveal every 5. As soon as we get a 5th one filled in, we'll have confirmation on a bunch of stuff. So Susan is the translator that he hired for all his trips, and they eventually had an affair, apparently. Also, I believe Susan's spouse was he was deaf, and so she convinced Guy to donate to this school, and she ended up being the principal of the school. Haven't heard anything about her children yet. And then there's a whole other affair that we have yet to figure out. And then there's the final top secret thing. So, let's grab a hint. Alright, there's a secretary in Piketty Photo 2. Due to the timing of Zach's retirement, there's only one person this could be. Ah, Piketty Photo 2. Okay. Secretary, due to the timing of Zach's retirement. Okay. Let's get a refresher here. Piketty Photo 2. Okay. Piketty. Right. Okay. Zach retired. Right. It's a photo. Oh, is that? Okay, hang on. Do the timing. When did Zach retire? Let's see here. Company records. 75. 76. Guy Hudson has replaced. 77. Okay. So. Is that her? No. Due to the timing, there's only one person that could be, but I don't know who that would be. 77. Office staff, Patrick Decker. Production management secretaries. Christine Farrow was hired in 76. Oh. Banner option no longer listed amongst the secretaries, but a Jonah Fellows has been added. Yeah. Jonah Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed by... Okay. Christine Farrow was hired. Christine, she got married and started. Oh, maybe that is her. Oops, that's all I wanted. Stop. Okay. Well, we've got something wrong somewhere. Shoot. It's probably this. It's probably the occupation of Sonia. I wasn't really sure about that. It's, the mayor's wife. Housewife? And then she took over... Yeah, let's see if we can find those documents. So this is the photo. From the issue of Piketty. Right. Is that where it talks about? Roottrees, Brazil. Right. There was something, there was a, ooh, it might have been an article. Let's see, I'm trying to remember. There was something that was describing their trip to Brazil and what occurred while there. Here, let's go back to these. Okay, he's a Brazilian politician, right? Military. He's the mayor where they built the factory in Brazil. His wife Sonia was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Telerede. He often uses this connection to ensure supporters would appear on local television. Put in charge of a television station. Okay, so put in charge of a television station. Okay, put in charge of a TV station. Mayor of the city was found to be receiving a cut of the factory profits, right? His wife. Have we done a search for his wife? Sonia? Spider-Search does not return a page that lists a news. However, Spider-Search does return a page that lists a news anchor in Brazil named Flavio Suarez, who has a mother named Sonia. Hey. Here we go. Flavio Suarez is a young Brazilian newscaster with a bit of a cult following. The discourse surrounding him is, to put it in polite terms, lewd. Oh, there's a website about something called fan fiction that has a small section dedicated to him. Something called fan fiction? What is that? Oh my. It seems that women and some men of a wide variety of ages and writing skill tend to find him worthy of inclusion in their stories. Does he have a flag sword? Oh no, sharp, please. You skim some of the tales there and learn that a common thread is that he's currently dating a supermodel named Ashley York. Many stories either seem to ignore her existence or get her out of the picture rather quickly. How to summon Martine? I was just thinking that. There are also other traditional fan sites that list some things about him, including his age, 18, zodiac sign Libra, his favorite food, grilled steak, and his mother's name, Sonia. Also, it seems that Flavio translates to golden-haired. One website with a signed publicity photo of Flavio seems to confirm this. The photo has been added to your evidence. Okay, so he's 18. Flavio Suarez. Oh my. Okay. News anchor. He's 18. Alright, so... Flavio Suarez, news anchor. Okay. Oh boy. That's another one filled in that... Missing something here. Oh no. Well, we know he's a chef. I'm feeling pretty good about that one. I feel pretty good about that one. I think they're in the military. She's still in the military? I don't know. She was at the time. Maybe not now. Okay. Keep digging. Keep digging. Okay. Fan fiction. Okay, let's look up Ashley York. Ashley York is a British supermodel who does ads for perfume, clothing, and jewelry. She's been the subject of some controversy in the past few months, having been protested by PETA for wearing fur on the cover of some magazines. She's dating a young Brazilian news anchor named Flavio Suarez, which has brought them both somewhat into the limelight. Cover of some magazines. Okay. Let's do Starlet. No? Teen Blast. Ah. Ashley York, a British supermodel, appeared on the cover of Teen Blast wearing a fur shawl 3 months ago. This appearance doesn't lead to any useful information, but another, more recent appearance in text only mentions she's dating Flavio Suarez. In it, a Teen Blast reporter asks how they met. I was in Rio for Carnival, and he was on one of the parade floats. I had no idea who he was, but I liked what I saw and told my people to invite him to the party I was going to. I felt pretty stupid once I realized that we were going to his party. Well, his mother's party. She runs a media empire down there called a media empire. So she is a media mogul. Massive media group owned and run by a mysterious woman named Sonia Alves. She's now Alves. Oh. I probably have her last name wrong. It seems Sonia Alves is a common name in Brazil, so she has shortened her name to Nia to stand out in the public's eyes. According to a history page that's focused on her company and vague unsearchable details, Nia received a significant inheritance in 1980 and invested it in many different manufacturing businesses in her hometown in Brazil. At the same time, She had just begun to learn the ins and outs of running a television network. She continued to work in television until 1988 when Brazil began its period of reform. She felt this was the perfect opportunity to launch her own media company using her investment and connections. Now her company owns television networks, magazines, newspapers, and advertising firms. After doing some translating, the page about Nia lists her as unmarried. It does not go into any other relationship history. Searching for Nia online, you learn that she stays out of the spotlight. She doesn't even appear at shareholder meetings. She sends a proxy. Hey, Blackbird. Alright, so I think that's what I had wrong here. Of course, this is her married name. Media mogul. Okay, here we go. We got 5 correct. What did we get? Ah, nice. Cool. Okay, so we were wrong about this. Lisa is no longer military. Okay, so what is she then now? Excuse me. She's married to Val Lincoln, the photographer. Could fill this in. Maybe a stay-at-home mom right now? Housewife is her current. Okay. So, Susan Ford. So we got Susan Ford's 2 children and a whole other affair with an and a child from that. I'm not even sure who this is. Okay. Back this up. Oh, okay. We're good there. All right, Ducky. What am I missing? Have you looked into the global initiatives of the Roottrees Corporation? Global initiatives? Roottrees Brazil mentioned something related to this. Yeah, wait. I think we've... Roottrees everywhere. I thought we did this. Wait, Roottrees Everywhere was an expansion in the late 70s. It coincided with some of the large changes at the company and had mixed success. As far as you can tell, the different companies related to it were all formed in very different and sometimes haphazard ways. There's minimal organized information about the history of the expansion itself online, but you glean the following. Roottrees Candy had been distributed globally to certain markets approved by Elias as early as the 1940s. This included places like Canada, Mexico, and select countries in Europe, mostly the UK. Roottrees Everywhere involved Roottrees' expansion to other major markets that were assessed to be ready for Roottrees. This started with 4 that it had no share in: Australia, Brazil, China, and France. Each of the countries had an entirely new company formed, mostly by making deals with local distributors and manufacturers. All right, well, we've done Roottrees Brazil. Let's look up Roottrees Australia. Roottrees Australia is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottrees candy. It was developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere initiative in the summer of '79. According to a history website for Roottrees Oz, Charles Martin, who owned a company that manufactured licorice in Australia, was tapped to run the Roottrees factory after he impressed the American leadership of the Roottrees Candy Company at the time. Roottrees Oz did have some success, but only in certain regions. The manufacturing leg of the company shuttered in 1992 after the death of Martin, and Roottrees Oz now serves as an importer and distributor. Do a quick search on this. Okay, Charles Martin was a candy manufacturer in Australia, born in 1923. He had a popular brand of liquors called Martin's Licorice Bullets. Okay. Most of the history is unrelated to the Roottrees. However, in 1979, he helped to develop Roottrees Oz, used his own wealth to build a new factory, and distributed the maple treats through the same methods he had already been using for his previous candy venture. A website about Australian commerce mentions that he had a very unusual business agreement with the main Roottrees company in the US, much like how the Clancy Trust distributed the profits from the Roottrees company evenly to the Roottrees family. The profits of Roottrees Oz would be split 50-50 between the American company and Martin himself, for him to do with what he wishes. This made Martin very, very wealthy, but also led to many cost-cutting measures meant to increase profits as much as possible, especially towards the end of Martin's life in the early 90s. Roottrees Candy gained a poor reputation in Australia, and sales suffered immensely. Charles's vast fortune was passed along to his daughter, Robin Martin, who sold both businesses at first opportunity. Robin Martin is featured in many of the top 10 wealthiest women in the world lists. She owns a private island off the coast of Australia where she reportedly has her own exclusive retreat. She has no husband, and there are widely circulated rumors somewhere in the mid-70s that she had a medical procedure to ensure she never would have children. You find a joke on a site called Edgy Jokes that implies she's quite promiscuous and has a punchline involving Robin's eggs. Jesus. For what it's worth, Martin seemed to lean into the rumors. In the 80s, she once showed up at a charity function with 3 very attractive men, each wearing a shirt that said simply, "Satisfied Partner" on it. Okay. All right. I'm guessing not the person we need to worry about who... what's his butt had an affair with. Let's try China Roottrees. China Roottrees is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottrees candy. It was developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere initiative in summer of '79. Long Hongbo, who was said to personally win over the Roottrees family and was the owner of multiple textile factories, did not wish to import the ingredients and build a special factory to manufacture the candy in China. So instead, they made a deal to import bulk unpackaged Roottrees candy and label it for not only China, but additional markets. Hongbo, who was already in his mid-50s when the deal happened, only had daughters. And his brother Long Hongyu took control upon his death in 1986, after Hongyu died in 92. It passed to the oldest child for the next generation, Long Jinyu. Okay, we got several names to search here, so let's try... Okay, you come across a website for Langtai Textile Corporation, which is a company that helped expand Roottrees products in China. Seems accomplished. Their site has quotes from many different reporters and news articles listed about it in nearly every language. It's also mentioned quite often on websites about Chinese businesses. Those mentions are company focused and not people focused, and don't offer any information useful to your investigation. Okay. The page contains a very rudimentary leadership timeline with names that prove that the company has been in the Long family for a long time. Kind of looks like a family tree. It goes back at least 250 years in some form or another. During the period where they began the Roottrees deal, Long Hongbo in China, the family name comes first, so long as his last name, was the CEO. He died before the internet was widespread, so there's not much out there other than his name on the website. His younger brother, Hongyu, is featured on the history section directly following him. This also seems this also seems to be the only mention of the man. Current CEO is a woman listed simply as Xinyu. The site doesn't list her last name, though she does appear in the family tree below Hongbo. Longtime has a few American logos on the page. One is the Roottrees logo, another is Tranquils, and the third is Piece of Asia. All right. It's a play on Tranquil and quilts. The name's ironic considering they're the loudest quilts you've ever seen. The main quilt page. Flaming unicorn soaring through space with peace symbols all around it. Okay. Oh, man. The American arm of Long Tai, located in Pittsburgh. Translates to peaceful. So they chose their name in America to match. There are a lot of companies listed here. Too many to investigate. Yeah, for fabrics and cloths wholesale prices, you don't spot anything. The business is said to be owned by husband and wife Jerry and Linda Han. Their Chinese names are listed too. And from using an online translator, it seems that Jerry is Han Junwei and Linda is... Oh, Linda is Jin Yao. Oh. Oh. Interesting. All right. Hang on. Let's go back here. So, okay. Jinyu is a businesswoman currently running the Long Tai textile company. She was recently listed in an article on a website written by and for women. The article entitled Empowered is about the recent rise of women entrepreneurs in China. The article states that due to her lack of brothers, she has a younger sister. Jinyu took over as CEO of her family's company in 1992 after her elderly uncle was deemed unfit to run the company due to mental deterioration. This was apparently an extremely controversial move amongst the company's employees, and some of them quit and wrote a letter stating that she must have coerced him in his vulnerable state. Jesus. Since then, the company has been performing well. Her nephew, who is currently her second in command, is expected to take over when she retires. In the meantime, the board's stance has been a twist on a popular proverb. The article roughly translates it as someone that has proven they can do something well can do it 100 times well. A unproven leader could doom us all. The article also offhandedly mentions that Jinyu was an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. Okay. There is an unsourced picture of Jinyu in the article. It says that it's from 92 when she took over. She was 45 at the time. It has been added to your evidence. Oh, really? Okay. Perhaps she is the person who had an affair with... Potentially had an affair with, Hudson? Yeah, Guy Hudson. And then pawned the baby off on her sister as IVF. Okay, so how do we figure out... So her nephew, which is who her nephew would be, right? not fill in Zach's other photo? I thought I did. CEO, director. Maybe just as simple as manufacturing. Let's sure where else to go here. Maybe there's a periodical. Searching for separately brings up much fewer results than Lung Tai. Featured in Business Watch in '92, she missed out on Watchman of the Year, but did have a pretty sizable article that mentioned some of her history. She was born in '47, the first of 2 children. Her mother was already in her 30s when she had her and had trouble conceiving a second time until 3 years later. This was Jinyu's sister. It became clear that her father was not going to have a son to pass the family business down to. This is how Jinyu became involved. Her father stayed the president of Lung Tai for a long period of time, and his daughters grew up. He began training them in hopes that one of them would have a son who would take over. One helped him in China, the other in the US. Neither were given any official titles. When he died, due to societal dynamics, the business passed to his male sibling, a younger brother. Many in the know knew that this could be a problem. His brother, Jinyu's uncle, was not a businessman and was not much younger than his brother. During this time, Jinyu essentially ran the company as her uncle's consultant. He began to have problems related to dementia. Jinyu, who had already been running things behind the scenes, performed somewhat of a power play. She stopped working until the results of her absence began to cause problems. Only then did they admit they needed her. Ha! Nice. Okay, it was mentioned in Lung Tai was mentioned in Business Watch fairly often in the last 20 years or so. There were a lot of articles about the rise of Chinese companies. Unfortunately, this makes the search results not particularly helpful. When you sort to find the oldest articles, however, one of the earliest mentions from October 79 stands out as very unusual because it doesn't involve the Lung Tai's business. The article details a new, at the time, medical industry. In vitro fertilization was brand new, barely a year old. After the first successful IVF birth in '78, it seemed the industry began to grow, and a featured article about different companies all over the world and the costs that they could charge for their services was in Business Watch. This included a few cases of high-profile customers willing to pay a premium. Apparently, at the time, the CEO of Lung Tai was Long Hongbo, and his younger daughter, Lung Jinyu, and her husband could not have children. So in an attempt... Oh, Jin Yao versus Jin Yu. Oh, I'm getting this confused. Okay. So in an attempt to create a suitable heir, he paid to have their child implanted in his older daughter, who was unmarried. The cost was apparently just over 100 grand. Okay, hang on. I'm getting my... This is Lung Jin Yu. Right. The younger daughter runs the one in America. Okay. Jin Yao versus Jin Yu. Okay. Or no. Is she the old? Oh, hang on. Wait a minute. What did they just say? Jin Yu. Jin Yu's uncle, right? He was born and raised the first of 2 children. Yeah, Jin Yu is the older daughter. Okay. Oh. E-Jeans was a medical company with operations in both US and China. They made international waves in '94 after a whistleblower came forward. Apparently their services were in some cases falsified. While they did often perform IVF, the whistleblower proved that a few of their customers paid a very different service, an alibi. The company would claim they performed IVF on someone who was already pregnant to create a cover story for high-profile families who did not want to give up the child but did not want the shame of an unmarried mother. The whistleblower claimed that they had helped to do this at least 6 times, but only provided proof of one case, the daughter of an American politician who was unrelated to your investigation. Key Jeans shut down soon after, and both founders have reportedly fled to Lebanon, where there is no extradition to either China or the US. I called it. Okay, so that just confirms. Now we just gotta find information on the second in command. Maybe news time? Who runs? Wait a minute. Now that I understand that there is a difference between Jin Yu and Jin Yao. It says her nephew is currently in second command. So this would be in second in command of the company in China. Give me just a moment. Let's see. This brings up before I forget. One of the companies manufactured. Apparently, Roottrees France was a non-starter. Negotiations broke down pretty late in the process, and then the leadership of Roottrees went through a very large change soon after. The CEO of Roottrees France was meant to be this person. Businessman who at the time was in negotiations. He's still alive. You come across an interview unrelated to Roottrees from a few months ago. It seems that other countries have not been immune to Roottrees mania, as you recognize the word Roottrees in one of the questions. It seems the individual snuck in a question about his experience with the company at the end of the 70s. The article is in French and takes some time to translate section by section. He mentions Guy by first name only, and the tale he tells is quite ugly. It says as follows. Guy, the president of Roottrees, was one of the worst men I've ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair, which she refused. He then kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate the end of our business contract. I don't think he expected her to say no. And I don't think he thought she would tell me what happened. I punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting with the man. They lost a lot of money on this deal because not only was he a terrible person, but he was also a terrible businessman. When he died shortly after, I felt like the universe was working things out. I wasn't surprised to learn that he had a secret child. He seemed to treat women like collectible pocket monsters. Gotta catch them all. It seems mentioning Pokemon sidetracks the questions a bit, and the interview never returns to the subject. Hey, Kharkiv, Will Hold. Welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, damn. Okay, so we don't need to worry about the France thing. So I just wanted to get that away.
Stolen anything yet?
Are you gonna be the best there ever was? Hey, Duke. Oh, good grief. Yeah. So we need to find information about Jin Yu's nephew, aka her son, who is second in command of the company. We don't even have a name to go on. But they are in Pennsylvania. This Pittsburgh, sorry, they're in Pittsburgh. I wonder if nothing in Butler County, Texas. Okay, business watch. Okay, lung is mentioned very briefly in an article about in vitro fertilization in 79. The article details a new at the time in medical industry. In vitro fertilization was brand new, barely a year old. After the first successful IVF birth in 78, it seemed the industry began to grow, and a featured article about different companies all over the world. Right. It's just we've seen this. I'm only going through these just because I'm not sure what else to search on when it comes to finding more information on her vitro. Oh, wait. What if we do... Test tube baby, yeah. I don't know what it is, but... Okay. Oh, if it does come up, for the purposes of your family tree, an IVF child from a surrogate mother will be marked as belonging to their genetic parents, and the surrogate who gave birth will not necessarily appear on the chart unless she is part of the family. They can often be tricky and misleading. Indeed. Well, let's see what the duck says. Look for into the owners of Piece of Asia. Yes, but specifically how? What am I missing? Oh, Piece of Asia. Maybe do Business Watch, Piece of Asia. Or, oh, here we go. Piece of Asia is a headquarters in Butler County. Listed occasionally under many different contexts and local businesses. Nothing seems important except for the first mention in 81. The newspaper chronicles that Jerry Han has traveled from China to open the company, which is connected to a much larger company overseas called Lang Tai and has connections to Roottrees. It's not a factory, it simply imports and distributes Lang Tai's products. It also mentions that Jerry is the son-in-law of the current leader of Lang Tai, right? Wait. Yeah. As someone close to the family who learned English in school, he naturally raised through the ranks as they expanded their reach in America. Although Jerry's wife Linda doesn't speak English at all, she is currently taking classes and he is teaching her at home. She says she has always been a fast learner and hopes that she'll be at least conversational by the time she gives birth. According to the article, this was not the first time they were in Butler. They visited in the late 70s with the rest of the leadership of Lang Tai when trying to court the Roottrees. It seems the first trip wasn't covered by the newspaper. Oh, family came over in the 70s. Okay. Specifically search this. Okay. Jerry, Linda, and Mark Hahn appeared recently on a website called Focus on Philanthropy under the headline Hanging with the Hans. Wait, just real quick. Is this a periodical? No. The Hans were chosen because they donate significantly to the two causes that further Chinese American culture. Jerry and Linda were both born in China and fell in love during the college. Linda's father led a large company. The article doesn't name it. After it expanded to the U.S., Linda's father approved their marriage so long as Jerry took over the U.S. portion of the business. Linda jokes that the entire situation is like something out of an Alanis Morissette song, with how ironic it all ended up. I was absolutely terrified to move to the United States, but my big sister was apparently in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on her wall and was obsessed with Robert Redford. But somehow Jerry and I were the ones sent here, and now we couldn't possibly imagine going back. When we had Mark, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and has thrived there. She doesn't even like visiting the US anymore. Our kids are complete opposite though. Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China now, working with his sister. Our niece, working with my sister. Our niece, who grew up there, was the opposite. She couldn't wait to get here. She started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school and flew out here as soon as she graduated. The name change apparently drove my sister absolutely loco. Okay. Which one's which? Which one is the kid? So wait, her sister, who never married, that we're aware of, but does have a child. boy, it's getting murky. It's getting really murky. Is it a double bluff? There are a few that came up with searchable details, so it might be possible to narrow down your possibility. Lucy Lang is mentioned on a robotics website as part of a Team Talonclaw. Team Talonclaw are one of only 2 teams from the US participating on a new robot-based show in the UK. Another Lucy Lang is part of a small women's a cappella group in Los Angeles called the Gin and Tonics. A third Lucy Lang works in New York for a business called Corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited. Well, I guess we gotta go down the line here. Team Talonclaw. Robotic Club of Mid-Eastern University. The robot, also named Talonclaw, has been selected for appearance on the 2nd season of the British television show focused on robot fighting. A small blurb mentions that robot fighting leagues have existed for a few years. There have been recent moves to televise it. Talonclaw was one of the 2 teams selected for the US. The Robotics Club has a text-only site. You can find a link from the university's student section. The site seems like it's used mostly to announce the schedule to its members. The club is supposed to meet every Tuesday, Thursday. The last 8 dates have all been cancelled because a few members of the team are currently in the UK filming. Another date from a few weeks back was cancelled for an interview with a school's newspaper. At the bottom, the traveling members of the town are listed as... Okay, so we got Lucy Lang, Kurt Hauser, Jaya Patel. Okay. Let's search this. We might have hit on the first one. The Heralded is their newspaper. Here we go. The Heralded has a story about their school's robotics team, Team Talonclaw. It lists 3 students, 3 student members, and talks a bit about each of their history, including their interest in robotics. The only one that catches your attention is Lucy Lang. She grew up in China as Min Lang, but came to the US specifically to attend university. She says she grew up around factory scale machines that assembled products that would be shipped all over the world, and the moving parts and automation fascinate her. However, she has progressed through her major. As she has progressed through her major, she has become obsessed with smaller, more powerful hydraulics, such as the mechanism that closes Talonclaw's weapons. In addition to robotics, she loves linguistics. One of her hobbies since coming to the States has been collecting accents. In her spare time, she practices not only removing any trace of her native inflection, but also quickly switching between multiple different regional accents. She feels her personal best is the Southern Belle, but her favorite is the Valley Girl due to its popular culture. The article has a picture. That is one nasty looking robot. Talonclaw. Okay, so this is Lang Min. Well, I'm guessing it was actually Lang Min. Okay. Or no, maybe oh no, wait. Jinyu, there was an article about Jinyu. Maybe they were having trouble having kids? No, it was the sister who had to be, yeah. Anyways. We're just gonna go with that. So now we need to go here, huh? Okay, if you knew Lisa and Clementine's occupation, you could probably place her on the tree. Yeah. Lisa Clementine. So it'd be Lisa Lincoln. Yeah. Okay. According to the military website you find, an amputee who lost a limb in Desert Storm, she runs a support group for fellow veterans in Beacon, New York. She makes another appearance listed as a professor at West Point Military College. She teaches classes that contribute to their environmental engineering major. Her short biography on the staff page mentions that she had a passion for the military from a very young age due to erroneously believing that a family member was an Air Force pilot. Oh, her mom lied to her about her dad, saying that he flew... Right, that he flew for the Army or something, or for the Air Force. While she later learned that to be untrue, her passion remained and she joined Roottrees in high school. From there, she enlisted. After returning from Desert Storm, she earned her degree and relocated to West Point to teach a few years ago. Okay, so she's a professor. Nice. Hey, getting somewhere. Now I just need to figure out these kids over here. Okay, you should look for more recent news about Gandorf Dove. Okay, so Gandorf Dove is the school. No, is that the guy that founded the school where she works at, or is that Gandorf Dove? Or is that the school? The school changed its name. Okay, so search Indoor School for the Deaf. That was the name of the school. Okay. Butler County Times. Okay. Okay. Gandalf School for the Deaf has made a few odd appearances here and there in Butler County Times since 1990. It's not too many that you can't look at all of them, and so after scrolling through a few pages, you manage to find something incredibly useful in an article that isn't even focused on the school itself. Local students provide key evidence in scientific study. This article from March of this year mentions that the Ford sisters, who attend public school in Butler County, are one of only a handful of identical twins in the world who suffer from two different genetic issues. One of them has asthma and the other has a deadly allergy to peanuts. Their mother, a Miss Susie Ford, who is principal at the nearby Grandorf School for the Deaf, was originally contacted by researchers looking to identify if there were any sets of twins where one was deaf and the other was not. While she didn't have any twins attending her school, she asked if her daughters Melissa and Heather could be useful, and it turns out they were. She says they couldn't be more different. My youngest, we all call her that even though it's only by about 15 minutes, is shy but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field, but she's the definition of extrovert and is even performing in a local production of Is There Life After School later this year. Okay. So now we have pictures, but we have to identify the younger and the older. So here we have asthma inhaler. And that article says, my youngest is shy, but hasn't stopped running. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field. So the one with asthma is older. last name is Ford. And we know that they are students. Okay. And we know that, based on this, the older sister is in a play. The musical, it's quite obscure, only appearing on Broadway for 70 performances. Nowadays, it's mostly performed by smaller theater troupes, including high school drama clubs. You can tell by now, a game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnson was in musical theater all 4 years of high school. There's one song from it that has somewhat surpassed the popularity of the rest of the musical called The Kid Inside. If you'd like to listen to it, I recommend Barry Manilow's version. If you've heard the song before, it's likely that cover. The entire musical deals entirely with the traumas and nostalgia that society collectively shares about their formative years, which feels appropriately thematic for this game. I've always thought of it as a somewhat ironic that they have high school theater clubs perform it, though. Anyways, the key word in that Butler County Times article is local. It seems like a high school in Butler performed. Cast listed in Heather Ford. Okay, so the cast was Heather. All right, that's what we needed. So, back to this. So Heather was the one in theater. Melissa is this younger sister. Hey!
Hi again. I know you probably thought you were done, but it turns out what you're doing here might have some pretty major repercussions on the family tree.
Again. Also, there's something really strange happening. I can't explain it.
Neither of us can.
I'd call it a simple misunderstanding, but it's digging at the pit of my stomach. I just have a feeling. Clark?
Last week, let's just say being the president, sometimes people bring me things.
Just skip to the important part.
Right. One of our janitors brought me some hair she'd found in Ruby Spratt's trash. It was Bonnie Hudson's.
Ruby Spratt's trash. Ruby Spratt is the lawyer that is now running the money being paid out, and she's not a fan of the Roottrees. Bonnie... Was that Guy's? No. That must be Guy... What a... Bonnie Hudson. I'm trying... Okay.
Bonnie is Guy's sister.
Oh, there we go.
She'd sent us her hair to test potential Roottrees, since her DNA is closest to Guy's.
Mm-hmm.
But Ruby threw it out, and I wasn't sure why she would have done that. Especially right before we began testing the tree you provided. When I asked, she told me she thought the samples needed to be fresh every time they did a test.
It seems really odd. Ruby was the one who convinced us to do DNA testing in the first place. She seemed so knowledgeable. I don't like it. You've done more of a deep dive on these people than anybody else has. Clark will keep a closer eye on the DNA tests from now on. You have an eye for anomalies. We need you to find the smoking guns.
If there's anyone you're 100% positive can't be a Roottrees,
Or any you've got definitive evidence are Roottrees, then we might be able to catch Ruby in a lie.
Okay, so it says... Okay, after putting together the tree of potential new Roottrees, Clark and Sam appeared at the door together. According to Clark, Ruby Spratt, the company's lawyer, was caught throwing away the DNA samples from Bonnie Hudson. These were intended to be used to test new potential Roottrees. Something doesn't sit right with Sam, and the two of them ask for your help. They're hoping that with your evidence and understanding of the family tree, you could verify which people in the dotted boxes are almost certainly legitimate Roottrees, very unlikely to be legitimate Roottrees with an X, and which of them are too ambiguous to make a decision one way or another. Additionally, with the suspicion on Ruby Spratt, it's possible that some of her behaviors in the past have also been cast in doubt. A new section of the tree has been added for you to fill in. Here we go. Another affair? Okay. And then we have to mark... Well, we know this one through testing. Oh. Oh. I appreciate the little spice when it comes to relationships, but holy fuck, who haven't they screwed it, right? You haven't found this clue yet. Oh, that's neat. It lets you know what we're missing. Well, we got all of these. So I think that they are. I think she had an affair with, because there was talk about Thomas left because she had an affair. And then the whole donation to the school. I mean, I feel fairly confident on that one. I mean, we can mark this. There was genetic testing done. Specifically on him, there was genetic testing done. Oh, wait. Not unless Ruby Spratt's involved. Alright. Christine. Okay. Let's... Filling in this person is optional. This is all optional, huh? Now's the time to review all possible Roottrees and input your deductions. You'll then be able to end your search and reveal the truth. You have 11 possible Roottrees left to identify. This one... Yeah, this one... I mean... Wait, even these over here? Oh, did I filled these in. That's right. I think he is. Still some clues, huh? Yo, hey, last time we were freaking out about why are there two members of the family tree that got married. It was just an update. It was just a family tree update. They had a kid. That's all it was. It wasn't like two of them hooked up. They were just saying that the Stephanie and Brian, Stephanie's the one who was running for a local office. They had a kid. That's all it was. Okay, so where do we begin? Maybe this will help us find some of the things we're missing. The blurred news time article about Anonymom seems like a dead end, but I bet if you poke around some more, you can dig up new information. Oh, Anonymom.
We're going streaking through the quad and into the gymnasium. Come on, everybody!
So no banjos, yeah.
Come on! We're streaking!
Hey, Dell! Thank you so much for the 15 stream streak. Appreciate that. They want a bigger family Christmas tree for the holidays. News time cares about respecting people's privacy, but that can't be said of everyone. Okay, there's something about Anonymom. Yeah. One of your period articles has proven to be perfectly willing to violate privacy. Seems like the best. Yeah. I thought we did this. Did I not do this? Anonymom and Pictotree. Yeah. Huh. I thought I did. Poop. Okay. Okay. Piketty is not afraid to expose details that other publications would avoid. Shortly after the announcement that Jane Doe Rootree was not a Rootree, Piketty exposed personal details about the story of Anonymom under the headline Anonymom the Anonicon. They said Anonymom worked as a manager at a department store in North Carolina and her daughter's name was Courtney May. They also said that the woman that vouched for her famous cover story, they didn't identify news time, perhaps to avoid being sued, is named Corinne S. And that she had filed for bankruptcy. The article speculates that Anonymom and Corinne were in on it together and even speculates that they might have been lovers. Piketty is not a credible publication. Their information wasn't particularly actionable. Very few people seem to notice or care. Now wait a minute. Corinne S. Corinne. Didn't we have a Corinne in the family tree? Wait, these are in? Question? What? What? I'm sorry, what? Okay. All right, we gotta come back. Corinne. I wish I could search the name Corinne. Okay, Corinne. Corinne might have been a spouse. I mean, it sounds vaguely familiar, but boy. must be thinking of somebody else. I don't know. Doing these weeks apart is always a bad idea. I'll say that. Courtney May. Department store, North Carolina. Daughter's name was Courtney May. I mean, this isn't a lot to go off of. Yeah. Maureen S. Why does that sound familiar? They didn't identify news time, perhaps to avoid being sued. Also said that the woman that vouched for her famous cover story is named Corinne S. and that she had filed for bankruptcy. Bugging me. Filed for bankruptcy. North Carolina. No, wait a minute. North Carolina. Is that where the Herald, that university is? As a manager at a department store in North Carolina, her daughter's name was Courtney May. Corinne S. Wait. I saw it in one of the lists, the names of the secretaries. Corinne Schwartz. I knew that sounded familiar. Corinne Schwartz comes up in a few articles from local news stations in Pennsylvania. Some of the people attempting to track down Anonymom were harassing her. She recently had to take a leave of absence because people showed up at the car dealership where she works. She is begging people to stop the accusations so that she can get back to a normal life. In every article you find, the journalists involved have independently verified that she is not Anonymom. Okay, hang on. So Corinne Schwartz, Pennsylvania, so local news stations. So there's probably... resides in Pennsylvania. Appears that she lives beyond the Butler County limits. After she was in a national tabloid, people have come to her place of work and have accused her of being anonymous. The article explains that it's impossible for her to be anonymous because her only child is still in middle school. Unless her son's gestation period was approximately 10 years, it doesn't appear like Corinne could have been involved in any of the potential affairs on your tree. Right. But She was a secretary in 78. Now owns a car dealership, huh? They're no longer employed. Corinne and Beatrice, sorry. Corinne and Beatrice are no longer employed by Roottrees by 1980. Dealership. To that. You can now determine an automaton's identity using the company records. Combining the information from the T article and the company's records, you can piece together Jane Doe Roottrees' real name as well. Yeah, Courtney May. However, you still don't have a picture of her. You'll have to find more information. Yeah, maybe she has a presence on the internet. So wait a minute. Thanks to the article, you can now determine an automaton's identity using the company records. Company records. In the Piketty article. Wait a minute. What? As a manager at a department store in North Carolina. Was it Beatrice, maybe? So Courtney May Watts? Not to be confused with Mary Jane Watts. Courtney May Watts. I don't know. Was that Mary Jane's last name? Maybe not. Courtney May has a simple website with black text on a white background and a few images. From the view counter, you can tell you're one of only a few hundred people who has visited it. She's not shy about claiming she is Jane Doe Roottrees. What? As proof, she has posted an obscure cover from the time she was featured on News Time, as well as a different picture of herself that appears to be a wedding photo. The website seems to be created in defense of her mother, who has been the target of public scrutiny. Under the headline, The True Story of Jane Doe Roottrees, courtesy of Courtney May Newton, formerly Watts. Courtney May writes, everyone has everything wrong. My mom approached the Roottrees before 5Ps was ever on the cover of News Time. Nobody at the Roottrees company took us seriously. They only listened to us after we appeared on TV and in magazines. The site has a scanned letter from Ruby Legal Company to Courtney May's mother, Beatrice. In very polite legal terms, it seems to accuse her of exploiting their name and orders her to leave the Roottrees alone. It's dated from a few weeks before the 5 Ps article appeared in Newstime, and it seems legitimate. Courtney May also discusses her mother's magazine feature in more detail. You know how difficult it was to convince anyone to tell our story? My mom didn't want to show her face because everyone in the media we approached assumed she was lying because her story was just like 5 Ps. But my mom's story was first. Mom was advised by Ryan and Cork to tell Newstime that seeing 5 Ps on the cover was what inspired her to go public. That's the only way Newstime would agree to it and help her get on TV, but it's not true. Our story was first. So maybe 5 Ps' story is modeled after this story. But how does the DNA evidence? Interesting. Courtney's defense continues, but much of it seems repetitive and useless. Towards the end, then someone screwed the DNA test. Ruby Legal. Towards the end of the page, she discusses the DNA test and defends her mother's character. My mom is amazing. She's the nicest woman in the world. She has diabetes and works at a department store, but still managed to help pay for my apartment in the big city so that I could stay with my high school sweetheart. I got a degree in nursing, so I learned about DNA in college. But I'm beginning to think it's all a lie. Mom is 100% confident, and there's nobody else who could be the father. Either they did the test wrong, or DNA is complete bullshit. She is not a liar. Courtney May and Danny together forever. Fire Department, New York. Okay. This was the photo on Newstime that was unobscured. Okay, yep, that tracks. So, that means this is Anonymom. She was a secretary is the last thing we know for sure. This is a nurse. Danny. Newton. Cool. That gets us to that point. I don't think the brother is a Rootree. She had an affair and got pregnant, but then I think they had their own kid, so... This is my current guess. This one... I feel like there's no way to... I mean, without DNA testing. I don't know. Impossible to prove with what I've got? Yes. Yeah, both kids aren't necessarily from Miracle, right? Known for her adoption, she listed on many sites that mention adoption in the history. She adopted 2 children in the 40s, Stuart and Mark. There was mention about Mark. Her other son was adopted later, and according to a single line on one of the adoptions, under unusual circumstances. She went through the system to adopt Stuart. So I think Stuart is not a Rootree, and the unusual circumstances. That Mark is likely Rootree. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Boy, there's a lot here to do about Ruby. I'm starting to think that he's not actual Rootree, and they botched the test or something. You have enough information to fill in an item on the tree. Her name is Beatrice Watt. Yeah. Oh, she's not a secretary. She works at a department store. Retail, yeah. So, oops. Okay, Courtney May mentions a lot of interesting information in her defense. I wonder if any of it could lead to more evidence. Okay. Yes. Right. It would have to be... What would we search on? DNA testing? A lot of it's too general to search, but she mentions a group that could be worth looking into. She mentioned a group? The Chewbacca defense? Ryan and Cork. Oh! Sound like they were... Ryan and Cork. Is an unremarkable law firm based in North Carolina, named after its senior partners Winston, Ryan, and Gregory Cork. The firm mostly handles local cases, and recently represented Anonymom. Their website has a section about the case, including a scan of the DNA test results that proved Jane Doe was not a Rootree. A scan of the results. Okay. This is a DNA test you got from the website of the law firm Ryan and Cork. The test says there was virtually no chance that Anonymous' daughter Courtney May was a Rootree. At least the DNA from Jane Doe was tested against the DNA of Bonnie Kellogg. Ryan and Cork, who were representing, have confirmed that the sample they sent to the Roottrees was definitely Courtney May's hair. But the hair that was in the trash of Ruby May, so they didn't get the hair. They probably tested it against Ruby's own hair. The test is from a company called Donatco, and a doctor has circled the results and signed the paper. Right. So the plot thickens. Dun dun dun. Not related. Signed by Adrian Ronland? No, Adrian Rowland. Okay, so let's search this. Pronounced Dynatico is a DNA testing company. DNA testing is a relatively new phenomenon that allows scientific laboratories to prove possible family relationships between two people. Fairly cutting edge. The method by which they test samples has only become standard in the last decade. According to their site, Donatco was responsible for the DNA tests that proved Felix Fellows was a Rootree, and even use it as an example of how a DNA test looks. They use it to provide some information about their process. Whenever they take a sample in person, they put the name of the person on the test according to their legal ID, which is why it says David instead of Felix. Because Guy Hudson is dead, and there is no known DNA source for Guy, they tested Felix's hair versus a hair sample sent from the Roottrees. It's listed as Jane Doe because it wasn't collected in person, but the Roottree company let them know it's from Bonnie Kellogg. This is why it says it's a paternal aunt. Now, his test came back as a match. Is it Ruby's son? Interesting. The left and right sets of numbers are essentially signatures that perfectly match the DNA of the two people in question and nobody else. The way the test works is that if certain parts of the signature are shared, then it's very likely two people are related. As far as you can tell, Donatco is a legitimate company. They don't seem to have any reason to create fake results to hide the truth. So wait a minute, how would this work? If according to the website, the famous test that proved Felix was a Rootree, they received his permission to post it as their example for potential clients. The site says there's a 99% chance David Fellows is related to the alleged aunt. So the company tested the hair, but the hair isn't Bonnie's. That's what I'm thinking. So they tested the same sample of hair against both him and Mary and Courtney May. Now, let's see if we could. So maybe this side. This is the numbers for Jane Doe. Hang on. We should see that they're the same on the other one. Now it does say example. Alleged paternal unit, Bonnie Kellogg. They don't match. I'm not sure if that's inclusive or not. It's not signed. It does say it's only an example. The alleged numbers on the far left. A lot of zeros. I think it's just saying because they don't match. I think this is how much they match between the two. I think that's what they're getting at. Are the locusts the same things? Take a new picture. I didn't grab that in the photo. Yes. Yeah, this list is the same. So these numbers are not the same between the paternal aunts, which is supposed to be Bonnie. The numbers aren't the same, so I don't feel like if the example are what the numbers... Oh, no, wait a minute. Yeah, I think we need a little more evidence. There's something there. I'm not quite sure how to prove that, though. Hang on. Let's look up the doctor's name. Adrian Rowland. What? Really? Although this one's signed. They received his permission to post it as their example. So no, that is okay. So wait a minute. So even though it says example, Felix gave his permission to post it as their example. The site says that there's a 99% chance that David Fellows is related to the alleged aunt, who's listed as Jane Doe. So what are we learning here? The sample sent to test David is not the same sample that was used to test Courtney. These numbers are completely different. So, does that mean... Yeah, I'm trying to piece this together. The person who tested was not a Rootree, but was related to 5Ps. Right. So actually, yeah, but it's two different people. These numbers are not the same as these, and they're supposed to both be related to, they're supposed to both be Bonnie. Now, they said that they did not get this in person. So they said they talked about in the article when they listed as Jane Doe. Wait a minute. Wait. Wait. Wait a minute. Okay, whenever they take a sample in person, they put the name of the person on the test, according to their legal ID, which is why it says David instead of Felix. Whenever they take a sample in person, they put the name of the person on the test. That means they took a sample from Bonnie in person for Courtney's test. Because her name is on this. And Ryan and Cork, who were representing Anonymom, have confirmed that the sample they sent to the Roottrees was definitely Courtney May's hair. So I think this is legit, that Courtney is not a Rootree. However, I also think that it means I also think that means that 5Ps is not a Rootree. Because whoever they, and I think it comes down to, because we know it's not the same numbers. It's not the same sample that was used of DNA. Either that or Bonnie is not a Rootree, which is, let's not, yeah, no, that's not the case. We know that, no. They're testing Bonnie DNA because her twin brother Guy is the one who was having all the fucking affairs. So their genes are, their genetics, their DNA is going to be very close to each other. So I don't think that, we don't need to worry about that. We need to figure out... Hydrate. Thank you. We need to figure out... I don't think this is... Wait, I think he snuck... There was an article on this. Hang on. There was something... Felix went through her belongings. The only thing he had to remember her by were a hairbrush she always used, some photos, and a stuffed animal from her childhood. He somehow, I'm gonna guess Ruby, was working with him to get him confirmed as a root tree by sending his mother's hair from the hairbrush she always used as the sample to be that was Bonnie. How do we prove it? Yeah. So, okay. All they did was prove that he was his mother's son. That's all they did. I see the leap, but how the hell did you figure that out? Well, because... So we know that the sample that they sent is not Bonnie. The sample that they sent to the lab is not Bonnie, because they didn't collect it in person, right? We know that whoever's... And it was sent in by, I think, Ruby. So then I remembered the thing about when he was in this article going about through her belongings, and I wanted to see, I thought there was something about a hairbrush. That I remember there being something in the list of things that I dismissed. It was like, why did they bring that up? But I dismissed it because we got photos, and that's how we got a photo of his mom. But it was the hairbrush. I was like, now, yeah. All right. So that's where. So where was it that we saw? Because Guy Hudson's dead, and there's no Guy Hudson is dead, and there's no known DNA source for Guy. They tested Felix's hair versus a hair sample sent from the Roottrees. It's listed as Jane Doe. I think at this point, the Ruby is the one that's the lawyer sent by the root on behalf of the Roottrees. Yeah. Because they said in the Ruby legal group told Courtney May's mother Beatrice to fuck off, essentially. we know? It's run by Sicily. That's right. No. They had a high profile case. No. Ruby Spratt is the name of the person who runs that law firm. Okay. I don't think... It's gonna be one of these two. I think we've definitely deduced that he's based on the current evidence, he's not a blood relative. Or at least that we cannot say for certain that he is a blood relative. Yeah. Impossible to prove? I don't think it's impossible to prove. With DNA testing? I don't like this wording. It's impossible to prove. Apparently not. Without Roottrees to provide samples, right, but they somehow have been doing it. They took Bonnie's sample in person, so I don't think she's dead yet. I don't know. I was going off of what you said about the impossible to prove shouldn't apply to DNA testing, and I was saying if procedures were followed, you'd be right. Yeah. But, I mean, in general... There's still something that bugs me about this. My gut is that she is. I'm starting to think that this was not Courtney's. Ryan and Cork, who were representing, they confirmed that the sample they sent to the Roottrees was definitely Courtney May's hair. But her testimony... in that article... My mom didn't want to show her face because everyone in the media we approached assumed she was lying because her story was just like 5Ps. Mom was advised by Ryan and Cortel News Time that seeing 5Ps on the cover was what inspired her to go public. That's the only way News Time would agree to it and help her get on TV, but it's not true. Our story was first. My mom is amazing. That's one in the world. She has diabetes and works at a department store, but still managed to help pay for my apartment in the big city so that I could stay with my high school sweetheart. I learned all about DNA in college, but I'm beginning to think it's all a lie. Mom is 100% confident that there's nobody else who could be the father. Either they did the test wrong, or DNA is complete bullshit. She is not a liar. I don't have a way to prove it, but I feel like I don't have a way to prove it yet, but I feel like the sample, even though they claim the sample was Courtney's, I feel like it's problematic. Or at least might be a root tree. Alright. If you want to be sure Mary Beth's children's are root trees, you're going to have to do some more digging. Mary Beth. There was some rather damning evidence mentioned in the Regina Clementine email that warrants a closer look. Regina Clementine. Mary Beth visited Butler County. You should try to find more information on that. Mary Beth Clementine. Okay, who's Mary Beth Clementine? Regina Clementine email. What's this? All information. This is all the information I have about Regina Clementine. Or Regina Salazar from New Orleans, Louisiana, and her husband, Stuart Clementine. She wrote me about a month ago. Apparently, the root tree lawyers went after her since then. By the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband, who was a police officer and never knew his father, told her he thought he might be a root tree, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it. Right. Stuart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine. She was pretty well known in the 30s and 50s. Oh, I think my hunch here about Stuart the police officer isn't... It's actually his brother. Okay. Let's do what the hint said. So we need to look up... Mary Beth Clementine came to Butler County a few times and played religious hymns at Miracle Congregation Church. She was mentioned 2 times. Miracle's congregation welcomes Mary Beth Clementine with open arms. The article mentions that the church's leader was moved when he heard Mary Beth's recording of one of his favorite hymns. His eye is on the sparrow and reached out to her personally. Holds a very special meaning to me. As you know, I've had a difficult upbringing, and it's no secret that my own eyes have been a source of struggle. The song is about overcoming sadness and hardship through Jesus. If God can find a way to watch over every sparrow, he can certainly watch over those who made in his image. My family's fortune does me no good as a man of the Lord. It's much better spent spreading his word. I felt kinship with Mary Beth ever since I heard her voice. When I learned her personal story, I knew I had to help her in whatever way I could. The Bible's full of adoptions, from Moses to Esther. Spending your life taking care of those helpless to help themselves is incredibly noble. She and her son are welcome to stay in our guest home. She already had a son. I think that's what we're supposed to, that's the big takeaway. This helps confirm my theory here that Mary Beth's already had a son when she went and visited Miracle, meaning the other son that came after is probably that she adopted under odd circumstances is probably a Rootree. The second visit was a few years later in 53. The article mentions that her first visit was a massive success, and at the insistence of Miracle's congregation, she returned for an encore performance. It also mentions that the unusual circumstances of her second son's adoption have prevented her from touring recently, but doesn't clarify. Yeah, she didn't go on tour because of unusual circumstances because, you know, pregnancy. All right, so that helps confirm for me that section, which is this here. Feeling good about that. Still torn on this one, but leaning toward true. Did you miss a big reveal? No, just got some more confirmation. I'm just trying to get all the confirmations. You can still find more information on 5Ps. That's true. As a famous young man, perhaps he was featured in another periodical. Like teen magazine, maybe? Seems like the kind of person that teenage girls might take an interest in. Teen Blast. Yeah, alright. Popular, 5Bs is popular, attractive enough that even though his music is not targeted toward teen girls, they seem to be paying attention anyways. While he hasn't done any interviews with the magazine, they've listed him amongst the hunky hotties for the past few months, with small bios that tell you various facts about him. This includes his real name, David, 1977, where he grew up. Portland. Foster care in Portland. Right. Yeah. The letter to the editor also claims that it's not possible that he was born in 77, as he claimed on a song called 17 Magazine that he turned 17 in 92. The editor responds with a statement that they've reached out to his agent to ask about the song and were told it wasn't performed by 5Ps and that they shouldn't print rumors. Right, I know there was that whole weird business about the difference in when he was born, which, oh god. we're going to have to sort that out. So if he was born in 77, according to this, if that's the case, in 92, he would be what? He would have turned 15 in 92. Yeah. But in 17 magazine that he turned 17 in 92. Wonders Return to 17 magazine is the title of an unreleased and controversial by Dirty Davy. There's mentions of it on a few sites claiming it was the first release of his mixtape but was removed. There's no audio or visual evidence of it existing, but there are independent accounts from people who've claimed that they've heard it, and they do generally line up. According to their collection, it was about many different loosely connected occurrences of the number 17, mostly violent. The intro states it was written on Davy's 17th birthday and involved a fictional but glorified series of murders at a fashion show for a teenage magazine with a similar name to the song title. The person doing the violence was apparently trying to beat Dahmer's high score. Jeffrey Dahmer had pleaded guilty to killing 16 people in 92. Due to major acts of gun violence in schools earlier this year and the subsequent backlash against violent music and video games, it is generally considered in very poor taste to bring it up. Most of the people that enjoy mentioning it online are either trolls, trying to shock people, or come from the morbidly curious corners of the internet. Okay, so if he instead claims that the states... Okay, so this has to do with Dirty Davy. Title of an unreleased... There's mention in a few sites. It was on the first release of his first mixtape, but removed. Okay, hang on. So... he was actually born... I think that's the takeaway here. He was probably actually born in 75. What does that mean for us here? Let's see. It's a song from that was on 5-piece mixtape Dirty Devil. It seems to be the only song that didn't make it onto the studio album that people thought should have. In it, he references a popular movie from 1992 called White Men Can't Jump. This reference has caused some confusion amongst the fan base because of it. It is agreed upon that the mixtape had to come out in 92 at the earliest, but others point out that Fellows references seeing the movie on his 17th birthday. This would have been in 94. Some take this to mean that the album had to have been released in 94 at the earliest. Others claim that he was likely just trying to make himself sound older, since in response to some of the more questionable lyrics, he has stated multiple times that he was just a dumb kid when it was released. Okay, so wait a minute. He references a popular movie from 92 called White Men Can't Jump. Okay. Others point out that fellow references seeing the movie on but he saw the movie on his 17th birthday, which would have been in 94. Huh? I guess I'm not entirely sure what the takeaway here is. He references, so the song 17 Magazine, a song that was removed from his first mixtape. The first mixtape that was released as Dirty Davy. It all talks about him being 17 when it was released. Controversy is that I think what they want us to get at here is that his mom, Joanna, worked there in 77. Robertson, door space. Joanna Robertson's no longer listed, but now is Joanna Fellows. Wait a minute. Joanna Robertson. Right. Started working there in 75. Got married. He started working there in 75. Got married in 76. And is now Joanna Fellows. Got married to Riley. And then by 77 is no longer employed. So there's this debate about when Joanna doesn't know Joanna first met or would have met Joanna started working at the Roottrees company when Zach was president. So likely, I think we're supposed to assume here that there was no meeting Hudson in that year, because Hudson didn't really have anything to do with the company at that point. In 77, Guy replaced Madsen Jr. She got married in 76. So, I think, given the time frame, I think he was actually born in 77. I think that's what they're trying to show us with all these differences in when he was born. He would have been 15 in 92. So yeah. He actually would have been 15 in 92. He was trying to make himself sound older. He actually wrote all these things on his 17th birthday, which was in 94. So I think that our takeaway there is that if he was born in 77, it was after they got married. Okay. Your new suspicions about Ruby Spratt. You should look more closely into her company. Yeah. Her company has really risen to prominence recently. It's possible that they've been featured in other sources. Right. You have a resource that focuses on important business leaders and their companies. Yeah, didn't I already do that? It's not. Search the business in Business Watch. Okay. Maybe I search her in Business Watch rather than the company. There's an older version of this page in the Time Travel Archive. Okay. Clark, Lafferty LaRue, as well as Ruby Spratt and her company Ruby Legal were featured in Business Watch after the company took over as keepers of the Clancy Trust. There's an article about that process that interviews both Clark and Ruby. It seems that Ruby actually approached the Roottrees sometime in late March after the Roottree Rift, but well before Roottree Mania. An accomplished but relatively low-profile lawyer, she offered to work for very little money so long as she could be a public face to build her reputation. Family quickly jumped on the chance. So many family members often attempt to spend as little as possible to keep their shares of the Clancy Trust as high as possible. After looking over the Clancy Trust more carefully than anyone had in years, excuse me, Ruby came to the conclusion that Clancy Edward Roottree's implementation was not legally sound, and that there would be constant legal challenges without some modifications. The family decided to put her in charge of the trust, both legally and as a public face, to prevent further issues. Ruby Legal Enterprises has been described as a mix between a law firm and a PR firm. Her first move, as sort of a trial run before she was even hired permanently, was to help them draft a public statement accepting Sam into the family and declaring that she'd begin to address the Clancy Trust. This went quite well, and they officially hired her in early April. Ruby Legal is now in charge of many financial aspects of the company, including verifying any claims to the trust and organizing the various charitable causes, such as scholarships that have been set up in the name of the deceased. So, potentially the enterprise firm heard about Courtney May and they were like, no, fuck that noise. And then there was the claim about from 5Ps that came after, and they're like, hey, why don't we modify the narrative? Because 5Ps has more notoriety, like is more of a notable person. Why don't we modify the narrative and the testing and make it so that 5Ps story lines up better with the genetic evidence rather than what they actually learned, which wouldn't really amount to anything because they claim to be part PR firm. It's better PR. I don't know. Ruby Legal is now in charge of many financial aspects of the company, including verifying any claims now. Scholarships have been set up in the name of the deceased. And organizing the various charitable causes, such as scholarships that have been set up in the name of the deceased. But which deceased? Oh, the Foster Fountain mentioned that it goes by another name. Yeah, what was that? The Fountain of Youths in the port. Oh, wait. Did I not ever do this? Wait a minute. Fountain of Youths. Wait, where did I do a search in the Fountain of Youths? I just did a spider search on it. Found an article about the dedication ceremony for the local Portland landmark of the Fountain of Youth. Apparently at the unveiling of the fountain, the mayor of Portland made a speech, and there were performances by multiple local entertainers, as well as a ribbon cutting from people most instrumental in bringing the fountain into fruition. The article calls out that all the performers and speakers, with the exception of the mayor, were foster care alumni, and most of them grew up together as close friends. This includes poets, musicians, and dancers. Dirty Davy was listed as one of the musicians. Dirty Davy was in the foster system in Portland, which Fountain of Youth was originally conceived by Ruby Spratt. Ruby helped her friend out. That's what it is. There's the connection. Ruby was helping her friend out because they were both in the foster system in Portland. Hey, Michaela. What happened? Holy cows, today sucked. Except for the amazing ribs, I came home that Nick made in the smoker, but the rest of the day was terrible. Uh-oh. Bingo go horribly wrong? Okay, so Ruby was the one who set up the fountain, the foster fountain. So she knew Davy. She helped out a friend. That's what it was. By lining up the story better and faking evidence. Okay. I feel like I'm right about that. Feeling a little better about this. A little. Cookbooks seem pretty central to the Garland affair. The two boys, right? We went to work last night to set up, but there were people at the community center, so everything had to be done early this morning. Then I get a bingo work after coming home to shower, and a guy puked in a paper sack in the middle of the gym. Oh. And since I'm the cleaning person at the center, that was the start of your bingo day. Oh. Sorry to hear that. And I have a huge problem with body fluids on me, and of course I'm wearing sandals. Oh. I'm so sorry. Then get through bingo and cleaning up after. Oh no, there's more. Oh god. Cleaning the women's room sink while my son is in the men's room cleaning a urinal. And the urinal backs up into the women's room sink? Oh my god. What? What? Oh, because of they all drain to the same place. Oh, wow. While your hands are in it. Oh. God. Oh. Oh, that's... Oh, I'm so sorry, Michaela. I'm not wearing gloves while just cleaning a sink. Right, because in theory, you have fresh water coming in, so you don't... What a series of unfortunate events. He came home and burnt my skin off in the shower. No worse than visiting a swimming pool? Yeah. Okay, Kitchen Tales was a story-based recipe book credited to Mark Zimmer that had some success after it was featured on a morning talk show. The book released before the internet was widespread, so mentions are rare. One book collector states that the publishers were unprepared for the demand and that there was no second printing, so it's unusual to find a copy in the wild. You find an alternative medicine website which focuses on cooking with natural ingredients. It mentions that one of the Kitchen Tales recipes used salt water. The owner of the site has included a scan of the recipe, which was added to your... She says, if you switch out the salt water in the recipe, For a mix of 2/3 spring water and 1/3 filtered seawater, it tastes great. Okay, so there's something on this. So, okay. The recipes in this book were actually from... this is more from my remembering. The recipes in this book were from Steve Garland, who taught classes and told these stories to go along with the recipes. And then Mark Zimmer, who had taken his class, ended up making a book out of it. Steve sued, because it's his fucking stories. They settled and came to an agreement that they should just work together, and then they re-released the book with his name on it so that, blah, 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 they became friends. So now we're going to have, what I'm guessing is we're going to see one of the stories that Steve told in the book, and it's going to have some relevant information to our tale here. Kitchen Tales is a book that combines recipes and stories. It had mild popularity, but seemed to disappear from online marketplaces. Right. The Painted Loaf. For years, two bakers, Flora and Yates, flirted. They grew their friendship, compared recipes, and combined knowledge. She loved his salt and pepper beard. He adored her rosemary cheeks. They thought sweetly about one another, but he was one day whisked away, conscripted to bake the army's bread. By the oil of the lamp, Flora's tears began to salt her bread. The recipe asked the reader to combine flour, yeast, sugar, olive oil, and rosemary, combine the salt and water together, and add the mixture and whisk the dough begins to form. It was 10 to 12 years later that they met again, seemingly by fate. Flora's unique dough had earned her a position as the king's personal baker. Yates had found success as well. He baked for the kingdom's 45 diplomats. One day they returned from the Dutch Isles with a gift, 450 unbaked loaves, and were sent to the palace bakery to teach a method that required no kneading. Allow the dough to proof for 10 to 12 hours, then spread it out and let it sit for 45 minutes. And next, prepare a Dutch oven preheated for... Okay, right. The point of the stories are to help you remember how the recipe goes. 450 unbaked loaves, Dutch oven, 450. Got it. Okay, but upon seeing Yates, Flora was both delighted and distraught. She felt as if she was torn in two. She had not been made aware of the gift and had already prepared buns for the palace ovens. A bun in the oven. She wished to greet Yates warmly, but was struck by fears that he'd be unable to bake with her, that she'd face retribution for being unprepared. She cried to Yates, adding more salt to her dough. Cut the dough in 2 equal pieces and lightly sprinkle salt across the top of only one of them. Yates eased her pain. He insisted she had no obligation to prepare for a return she thought impossible. Are they twins? I forget. They might be twins, the boys. But he shared her fear of retribution. He knew if they did not solve her predicament, they'd miss their final chance to bake together. In the end, instead of wallowing in the present, they worked together to shape the future. They twisted and entwined their doughs and baked them as one. Thus was born the plated loaf. Word quickly spread of the new delight. The king's decree on royal parchment was that it would be considered a delicacy. Roll and twist the pieces to entwine them, then take the twist and wrap around the inside of the Dutch oven atop parchment from outside inward to make a spiral. Bankrolled by the king, and Flora and Yates spent their days baking together. They traveled for 45 years, then settled down for 15 more. The soles were golden with no regrets. Lastly, bake for 45 minutes. Remove lid. Observe until crust is golden brown, which could take up to 15 minutes. I shall now also sit in Cog's chat and hope for a reason to use the banhammer. I want blood. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. So I need to go back and look at some of the stuff about the boys. I forget, are they twins or not? Let's see. Chef's signature. No, it says Robert, who is 3 years younger than James, jokes that although the age difference has left him delegated to wear the shoe stuff, his role, his whole life, he doesn't mind. Okay. More about this. Okay, the Business Watch article about laying time mentioned another company. You should look into them. Yeah. Yeah. I did. The fact that what did we search? We searched this. Maybe there's a periodical. Is that what they're saying? A Business Watch? Ah. Was mentioned once in an article that you already read about the head of link to. There's a long article that spells out a huge controversy. It seems that a whistleblower came forward to the U.S. government about keychains, which said that said to have been founded in China by a partnership involving American and Chinese medical specialists, who then built their medical facilities in the United States. The article mentions that the whistleblower's claim. Keychains will sometimes claim that they performed IVF when they did not. This would often be used as an excuse for an otherwise unexplainable pregnancy. They'd fly their clients to America, where they would stay for an extended period of time, and return to China with news of a successful pregnancy. The whistleblower apparently presented the Department of Health and Human Services with credible evidence. At the time of the article, it was still an ongoing investigation. He couldn't imagine a world in which a company would be allowed to continue operations without. Yeah. Right. So. So they were researching watermelon, but they called it this. So, boy. Let's see what there might be on that one. Something we haven't found over here. Oh, that's right. Sonia shortened her name to Nia Alves. Right. Oh, thank you, game, for helping me remember. Nia Alves owns many forms of media in Brazil under the umbrella of Business Watch has mentioned her by name a few times. The most relevant appearance seems to be an article about the struggles of American media companies to do business with their foreign counterparts due to a difference in laws. Few media groups and countries are discussed, including those in Africa and the Middle East. This company in Brazil is also discussed. Due to a lack of freedom of speech laws in Brazil, there has been added bureaucracy in publishing certain stories on Transmissão channels. Nia is extremely private about her identity and supposedly once used her connections to have a reporter fired from a rival network and blacklisted. The journalist claimed that this was to shut down a story he was doing about her personal life, including that her marriage in '73 was not of her own choice. His research claimed that she essentially had her husband forced upon her as a child bride at the age of 15. Child brides were not outlawed in Brazil until '90. It also claims that past appearances with her husband have been for show, they do not live together, and that she resents her own parents for the arrangement. The final claim was that she must have made her money under the table through nefarious and possibly illegal means during Brazil's dictatorship, as his research uncovered that she could not possibly have earned enough to start a media company otherwise. After making this statement, the reporter went into hiding in fear of his safety. So, where would have all that money come from? The Roottrees, right? Is the big ol' implication there. But do we have solid evidence? Otherwise, I feel like again this falls under the might be. Mentions her most famous role. With all that craze, maybe it was re-released. Most famous role was in a TV show, Guys Like Us. Oh, they're saying do a new search on this. Okay. Okay, Guys Like Us, a 1953 comedy film in which two secretaries cut their hair short and pose as businessmen to get ahead in life, until one of them falls in love with their client and hilarity ensues, starring Gwen Roottrees, Leslie Florence, and Harrison Lane. It was fairly popular at the box office and made its budget back, but was seen as a somewhat formulaic, so it didn't really stand the test of time compared to the other classic films of the era. It was recently re-released for the first time on home video due to Roottrees mania. The time it took to manufacture and ship VH copies of Guys Like Us meant that it missed the height of the craze, which only lasted a few weeks. Even so, it did modestly well, and there have been talks of a remake. So, do we search remake? Guys Like Us remake has been discussed a few times on a website about upcoming films called Movie News. The logo is a cow on a film. The rumored cast is Cameron Diaz in the role originated by Gwen, Linda Fiorentino, and Chris O'Donnell. According to leaked news, the remake has been put on indefinite hiatus due to its director, who is speculated to be Ron Roottrees, dropping out in the wake of a serious medical issue, though that's only a rumor. Ron was announced as president of the Roottrees during the Roottrees Rift, right? Three weeks ago, Ron's mother died. Yeah. Okay. There was an update. Probably a bunch of... Oh man, there's so much here. There's a bunch of updates that we have to probably go back and look at. You should look at the other actors in Guys Like Us. Oh. Okay. Was the other actress in Guys Like Us. Before Guys Like Us, she was in a few very small supporting roles, and her performance in Guys Like Us was generally thought of as quite good, especially considering she got second billing to Gwen. Even with the success and acclaim, she retired from Hollywood almost immediately after her co-starring role. Not much was known about her until recently, when Guys Like Us was released right at the tail end of Rootmania. Recently, as part of the myriad of articles and research people have done into those surrounding Roottrees, it came out that she died of a genetic disease known as Huntington's in the late 1960s. Oh. Are they trying to insinuate that Ron is having medical issues related to Huntington's, which would mean his mother was actually Leslie? Is that what they want us? Get an updated search of this. Okay, Wild Bill Williams, an actor known for his role in Fortune Favors the Grave, did not make an appearance at Gwen Roottrees' funeral. Because of his absence, there were rumors online he must have already died. But according to a reporter that tracked him down, he's in his 70s, still lives in Paris, and is still in perfectly fine health. He even went on record saying, "I think it was Mark Twain who said, 'The rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated.' That seems appropriate today." The few years I spent with Gwen were just one stop along the very long and complicated journey that has been my life and career. The last time we spoke was when I signed the divorce papers. She asked me never to contact her or the kids again. I've always respected those wishes. They never reached out to me either, even as adults, so I have to assume they had some idea of why she hated me so much and the sacrifices she made on my behalf. I wish them well, and I'm sorry for their loss, but we've all been strangers for 40 years, so I can confidently say they wouldn't have wanted me to be there. In fact, I'm confident my presence would have ruined it. Did Wild Bill have an affair with Leslie? But they pawned it off as Gwen's? The affair led to a baby, and they spouses. So this is, they want us to look into the spouse of Ron Roottrees, who's a comedian that was on a TV show. Was part of a recent fundraiser at the Reno Comedy Club, the Laugh Lounge, about a month ago. The fundraiser was called The Best Medicine and was to help find a cure for Huntington's disease. According to the website, she released a statement. Up until recently, I didn't know anything about Huntington's. In the last few months, I've gone from knowing nothing about it to learning more than any one person should ever have to. Until less than a decade ago, it was impossible to predict if someone susceptible to Huntington had the disease, but due to advances in medicine, tests have been developed. Hopefully, this increased awareness is the first step into finding a cure. Please join me for a night of comedy. And for a good cause. Okay, so now I think that puts... Oops. He's probably not a Roottrees. But we still got more clues to find, so I'm gonna go ahead and find all the clues. Do the remake. Yeah, did that. Okay, announcing 2 different mental Huntington's disease now. It would probably be a good idea to get more information on it. Probably. It's a neurodegenerative disease that most recognizably causes memory issues and uncontrollable movements in the limbs. After symptom onset, somewhere between 30 and 50, those affected by Huntington typically live another 15 to 18 years. As their symptoms worsen, there is no cure. Huntington's is passed genetically from parent to child. The gene that causes Huntington's works in such a way that if a parent has the disease, there's a 50-50 chance that their child will get it. Huntington's cannot be passed on recessively, meaning it cannot skip a generation. In other words, if someone has a mother or father with Huntington's, if they themselves did not receive it from that parent, their children will also never have it. Until the early 90s, it was impossible to test for Huntington's. Instead, symptoms would usually appear later in life. This would often be after the person affected already had children. It would then be impossible to know if their children had it, as it was a 50-50 chance. In 93, due to determining which gene causes Huntington's, it did become possible to test children for it and know if the disease was passed on or not. For a variety of complex reasons, however, children are considered unable to consent to such a test and are therefore very rarely tested unless they're showing early symptoms. Okay. Got 2 more clues to unlock. Oops. Okay. No, apparently it's not updated, but it's relevant. Okay. Was often in Charlotte. Most mentions were around the time of her divorce in '58 from Wild Bill Williams. The gossip is speculative and full of tabloid stereotypes. Some of it focuses on the fact that when she announced her divorce, she also announced she was pregnant again. Others mention that the rumor is Wild Bill had multiple affairs, which left her heartbroken. Okay. There is also an interview where she was asked about her last name. '57 she was pregnant, and then pregnant again in '58. Wait. Oh. Oops. Okay. Search him instead. Okay. Wild Bill Williams was mentioned many times throughout the magazine's lifespan, with stories and gossip about who he had been seen in. Blondes, mostly. 3 specific passages stand out. First mentions one of his first roles under his real name, Walter Forsythe. Second is an interview. Although he doesn't mention her by name, you determine from context he's talking about Gwen. An apology to all the ladies. I'm actually taken. Early this year, I did a friend a favor. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. Wouldn't you know it, that son of a bitch cut me from the picture. Apparently, the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. I got the last laugh though. I met someone. I only have eyes for her. Ironically, the third is a rumor that his divorce from Gwen was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation would argue in public while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after Gwen announced she was divorcing Wild Bill, and also that she was pregnant again, giving this rumor even more credibility. Right. Okay. So boy. You did it. No more hints. We deserve a bubble bath after all the hard work. Feeling good about that. I'm good about that one. This one. I don't know. we supposed to do now? Additionally, with this vision, it's possible that some of her behaviors in the past have also been cast in doubt. A new section of the tree has been added for you to fill in. So, these two are optional. You can summon Sam and Clark whenever you wish. However, this will end your search and reveal the truth, so make sure you're ready. Alright. Yeah. I'm feeling good about that one. Feel confident about these. This, yeah, I feel good about that one. That one. I think we've pieced this one together. It's these three that are bugging me. Where did all that money come from? Why did she work so hard to keep it under wraps? I think I'm gonna go with that there. The the DNA thing is bugging me though. She's very adamant that her mom says he could be the only one. Her lawyers claim that what they sent was a sample of her DNA, but why couldn't they have just gotten it in person? Yeah, I think the fact that they didn't collect it in person, I just, yeah. All right. Let's see what we got. Family tree complete, yeah. But did we get it all right?
Beatrice and Courtney May. Clark, can you swing another test against Bonnie's DNA?
This time I'll be sure to have them verify both samples in person.
There you go. Excellent. 1 week later.
Using the family tree you filled out, as well as DNA tests, we were able to uncover the truth behind all the inconsistencies. Clark's handling the business, but I've come to thank you and fill you in on everything we've learned. Buckle up, because it's been one heck of a week. Actually, that's an understatement. It's not every week you discover your family company is being sabotaged by someone they trusted, but that's the kind of time we've been having. Like I said, buckle up. Maybe grab some popcorn. We'll start with Guy Hudson. Guy had a frankly ridiculous number of potential children. What shocked me is how many graduated from potential to confirmed. We can even prove he was aware of them. The smoking gun was how he used company money to pay off a lot of women. He hid it with a method inspired by his idol, Elias. 5-piece flavors. The flavors he was paying to research were a ruse.
Oh fuck! That means the Lisa Lang would have been actually for sure would have been one, but we only marked it as maybe. I don't know if that counts against us or
He
not.
developed flavors based on the initials of the women he was paying.
Oh
Which
shit! Look
was
at that.
really stupid, considering one of their names started with X. Let's start with Christine. Guy was paying her under the name Caviar, but there were some other clues. James was born 9 months after Zach's party. Christine was there with Guy, and when she got pregnant, she panicked. Steve stepped up. He even turned it into one of his recipe stories.
Yeah.
Not all of Guy's affairs led to offspring. He may have slept with Robin Martin, but she didn't have children, so we'll never know. Also, not every child of Guy's affair partners were his. Robert Garland was born after his parents had already moved to Boston. Skipping Beatrice for now. Up next is Lang Xin-yu. When Guy showed up in China, she was into America. And Americans. Dare I say redheads, even? When she got pregnant, her father paid key genes to fake IVF. They claimed her sister was unable to conceive.
Way though? What was wrong way? Oh. Right. Okay. I thought you I thought you meant yeah, I'm with Yohei.
But her sister and Jerry had their own son, Mark.
Yeah, shoot. We missed that one.
Sonia Alves was soon after. Nia was married at a very young age to a much older husband. She resented him. I don't blame her. They allegedly spent no time together in private. Guy was in Brazil during Christmas 1979. It's the only Christmas not in the records. Flavio was born 9 months later, and like the others, Guy started paying Sonia.
So we got that one right.
Last was Susan Ford, hired to translate for Guy's overseas trips. It's easy to read into Guy's donation to her school, but there's no definitive proof there. She and Guy were witnessed together near the end of his life. Susan's husband was convinced he couldn't be the father of her daughters. Guy, though, paid double. The price of twins.
Don't tell me it's a... Oh, okay.
So, what about 5 Ps? Felix Fellow's mother, Joanna, doesn't have a 5 pieces flavor. On top of that, his story doesn't really add up. His mother already left the company by the time Guy became president, and his lyrics indicate he was born sometime around 1975. Alone, that wouldn't necessarily prove it. But there are some suspicious connections between Felix and the company's current lawyer. They both grew up in Portland, in foster care.
Yep.
And
There it
according
is.
to the local paper, they definitely knew one another. Ruby was the one who approached the Roottrees to begin with. It was all a setup. Ruby and Felix saw my book's challenge to the Clancet Trust as an opportunity. His mother really had worked for Roottree, and Ruby was a respected lawyer. She exploited my family's greed, worked her way into control of the trust, and ensured Felix got a piece. But they made some mistakes along the way. If you look at the 2 DNA tests that Ruby handled, They were both supposedly tested against Bonnie Hudson.
Uh-huh.
But the two signatures that should both represent Bonnie don't match.
Uh-huh.
After Clark and I confronted her, Ruby lawyered up. Ironic, I know. We suspect Ruby had Donatico test Felix against his own mother's DNA. He had a hairbrush of hers. They sent the female sample in remotely.
Ta-da!
On the second test, Bonnie's sample was tested locally, but Courtney May's was not. Ruby's been throwing away samples. We think she sent her own hair instead of Courtney May's, but it could have been anyone's. Ruby and Felix were in cahoots. As for why, they were both advocates of wealth redistribution. A noble effort. But once they controlled the family fortune, they became just as greedy as the worst members of my family. The money corrupted them. They were so eager to personally wield the wealth for their own cause that they sabotaged any other claims. That finally brings us to Anonymom, aka Beatrice Watts. Her tales of guys, parties, and payoffs were true. She even approached Ruby before 5Ps was on news time. Ruby used Beatrice's truths to make Felix's lies feel real, then ruined the DNA test so that Beatrice looked phony in the public court of opinion. I feel worst for her in all of this.
Yes! I was right! Got that one right. Nice.
While Ruby and Felix stole the show, there were some other potential new family members as well. Miracle Roottrees was less of an open and shut case. That said, it's very likely he had a son with Mary Beth Clementine, not Stuart. Mary Beth adopted him before she ever set foot in Butler County. That leaves Mark. The timeline fits. He showed up about 9 months after Mary Beth visited Miracle. And the basket baby story is a bit too convenient. If that's not enough on its own, he was also bailed out by the sister of Edith Roottrees, Miracle Jr.'s wife, after she changed her name to win that silly contest. Our best guess is that Mark was told by his mother whose son he was, and used that fact to put some pressure on Miracle Jr. We have no real proof of that, but nothing else really makes sense for why they'd be connected in that way. Elias's affair was the most ambiguous. Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias to do things he wouldn't have otherwise done, like pressure to include me in the family. My son even mentioned them arguing about someone named Beth. Combined with Gwyneth's lisp, it's possible the name was actually Bess. Unfortunately, all we know about Bess Williams is that she wrote his book and died not long after, leaving her only son an orphan. The timeline fits with Wildcat, but there's no record if she had any other relationship. Honestly, I wouldn't say we had enough evidence either way. I wouldn't be surprised if Elias cheated. Of course, I'm a bit biased. Regardless, we haven't gotten in touch with any of the Williams clan yet. That means we haven't been able to do a DNA test. As Clark mentioned, from here on out, all of our DNA tests will be in person for both parties.
Oh, I see. I was certain that I thought that was a certainty, but it was actually a... All right.
Lastly, we have a bit of a curveball. Ron Roottrees isn't related to us by blood. Gwyn was definitely pregnant, so it's likely Robbie is. When Ron and Robbie went to visit their mother at the end of her life, something changed. Additionally, there have been a few rumors circling around Ron. RR Productions canceled the Guys Like Us remake due to the director's illness. At the same time, Ron's wife Penelope began doing benefits for Huntington's disease, stating that she had become familiar with it. Huntington's is the same disease that Gwyn's former co-star Leslie Florence had. It's passed from parent to child. It can't skip a generation. Because Gwyn and Wild Bill didn't have Huntington's, and Ron seems to, it's impossible Gwyn was his mother. I recently confirmed all this with Ron. At the end of her life, Gwyn told Ron the story. Leslie and Bill had an affair the same year Leslie learned she had Huntington's. Leslie got pregnant. Leslie wasn't likely to survive to see her child grow up. And even if she did, she didn't want to be a burden. She begged Gwyn and Wild Bill to adopt her child. Gwyn did. Mere weeks after she found out she was having her own son, she also took in Ron. Wild Bill was a problem. Unreliable and a serial adulterer. Gwyn divorced him and never saw him again. Gwyn had already told Starlet she was pregnant, so it never really made waves when people saw her with a child in Paris. There was gossip during her divorce when she was discovered to be pregnant again. In actuality, it was the final months of her only pregnancy. To lay low, she stayed in Paris long enough that even her own family never had reason to question the timeline. It's one heck of a story, and frankly, nobody could be expected to piece the timeline together, not with what few mentions of Gwyn's past have survived. But the Huntingtons itself? That's proof. Ron suing Robbie to remove him from the Clancid Trust was a huge moment in my story, and a major catalyst for this entire investigation. Finding out that it's been pretty much backwards this whole time has been a bit surreal. So that's where we're at. Looking over the information you sent us was very helpful. We pretty much came to most of the same conclusions. But it took us an entire team of lawyers. All this information, this entire story. It's a lot, in more ways than one. Some of it has the potential to destroy marriages and ruin relationships. We're handling it all very, very carefully. But we couldn't have gotten here without you. And with that, I guess our tale has finally, truly come to an end. What a strange one it was. No words can express how grateful I am to you for untangling this mess. Honestly, I've had enough of my family's eccentricities and scandals for one lifetime. I imagine you have as well. And if not, well, there's always Elias's and Gwyneth's brothers and sisters.
Attention, attention, Roottrees. This is 5 Piece coming at you from the real world.
Oh, they end on that song from 5 Piece.
You say money is the root of all your problems.
All right.
Root of all your problems.
Well, we got pretty close. It's just I think it was just the two that.
The cash that your ancestors gave you, acting like you somehow deserve it, based on your family's creations. Yo, but look at here, sonny, don't you come for our money, or you might burn bright in hell.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, it was just the two that I goofed up on, Lisa and the guy who ran the construction company and built the library. I guess it was a maybe. So. Okay, well, that was pretty awesome. It was a very neat way to piece the story together. Yeah, so we're gonna take a break. I need to get up and stretch my legs. Do you guys want to play a game or listen to music? When we get back from break, we'll be starting The House of Tesla. You guys want to play Words on Stream, Gartic, or listen to music? Something Roottrees style game linking Gecko to Nicholas. Nope. Nope. Definitely not a thing. Oh, no. Okay, well, I guess I'll just play some music. Uh, is there any genre anybody wants to listen to? Blues? There's a lot of, yeah, there's several different blues. We got jazz blues, acoustic blues, African blues, blues rock, classic blues, country blues, Delta blues, modern blues. We'll go with acoustic blues. Okay, I'm back. Hey, Brent. Good to see you. How goes Ghost of Yotai? It's not even a spooky game. I was tricked. Okay. We'll be right back. Okay. Let's get the House of Tesla started. Maybe. Nope. Okay. Anything like House of Roottrees? House of Roottrees? Or the Roottrees are dead? No, but it's made by the same people who made House of Da Vinci.
We're going streaking through the quad and into the gymnasium. Come on, everybody! Woo! Come on! We're streaking!
Okay. Project World Wireless, personal office of Nikola Tesla. All right, here we go. Uh-oh. Streaking! Brent, thank you so much for the 20 stream streak. We fell in the roof? Are we a thief? Read the comment by the player character at the bottom of the screen. After that, left click or right click anywhere on the screen, or left click on the check mark to continue. Where am I? What happened? I don't remember anything at all. At least there's no metal where it shouldn't be. True. Okay. Oh God. It's so dark here. I should turn the lights on. Electricity's not working. I need to find another source. Okay. Valve knob. I think the massive door is the only way out of this room. Okay, so Project Wireless, turn the page. Click the back button to close the notebook. You can also right click. Okay. I hoped to use this diary to record my thoughts from the first large-scale experiments with the wireless electricity. It is saddening that my first note must also be the last. I poured my hard work, my soul, and JP Morgan's money into this project for years. It was supposed to be a revolution, a grand display of how human ingenuity can better the lives of common folk. Free energy for everyone. Alas. Well, there is no reason to dwell on this failure. It's just a setback. All that was great in the past was ridiculed, condemned, combated, suppressed, only to emerge all the more powerfully, all the more triumphantly from the struggle. And I am sure that in a few years I will look back at these moments with a smile. I need to take a few last things with me and move some of my more important research projects to places where they will be safe. Finally, I need to shut down power. I still remember the New York fire that destroyed my laboratory in 1895, and even though electricity was not at fault, I need to be cautious. After all, I hope to return here soon and continue my experiments. Okay. These are documents I found in my personal office, a place in the factory where I could always find a relatively quiet corner for my experiments and for day-to-day activities related to running Wardenclyffe. I should look at the newspaper on the table next to the large window. Okay. Okay, Gotcha. E. Object marked with the cogwheel symbol needs to be adjusted in the inventory before it can be used. Okay. Tesla's flashes startling, but he won't tell what it is he's trying for at Wardenclyffe. Newspaper article is titled Tesla's flash starting, but he won't tell. Okay. It shows me as some mysterious genius, which is an image I certainly don't mind. I summed it up below. It also has a typo in Wardenclyffe. Wardenclyffe, LI, July 16th. Locals have been captivated by nightly displays of lightning-like electrical discharges from Nikola Tesla's experimental tower and poles. Last night, brilliant flashes lit up the sky, streaking into the darkness in what appeared to be a deliberate pattern. The spectacle lasted past midnight. Though the workers at the site remain silent, it is believed Tesla is using a deep shaft beneath the tower, over 150 feet, to transmit electrical waves both through the air and underground. Ah, thanks, Bubbler. Tesla acknowledged the experiments involve wireless telegraphy, but offered no further details, stating only that even stranger things have occurred unnoticed. He hinted at a future announcement regarding a discovery beyond anything he had imagined. So we cut out the newspaper article, summed it up. And if we want to see it, okay, so there's the note. I like this newspaper article. Talks about one of my experiences and makes me sound mysterious and intriguing. I had to take it with me. Stranger Things spinoff! Sure, Tesla's flashes are startling. Mine are against the law, and I have to leave Home Depot. This is some bullshit. Flashings. Oh my god. Yo, hey. Handprint here. Project World Wireless. In the past, every great inventor had some kind of focus for his invention, something that gave him both the inspiration and the power to push boundaries of what is possible. Archimedes used the power and properties of water to push the knowledge of humankind further. Leonardo da Vinci did splendid work on mechanics and motive force that completely changed the landscape of what was possible at the time. As for me, I was always excited by the power of electricity. It's such an untapped potential, and it allows for unprecedented possibilities of transformation. In any segment of human activity, there is something that can be made better by using electricity. And by using Tesla coils, the energy can be disseminated over long distances completely wire-free. We just need a robust enough network of power plants and wireless transmission towers. That is the core of my life's work. Project World Wireless means free electricity for everyone. Okay. Oops. Keep doing that. Just need to drag. Okay. With a feat of wireless electricity, I was able to revive a flicker of charge and an old battery on the table. That should help with powering equipment around here, which brings me to my own revival. I am still not sure what happened, where I am, or even who I am. Last thing I remember is a loud noise and a flash of light. Lightning, maybe? Do I have amnesia? How long was I out? I need to get out of here. Hopefully my memory will return in the process. Wireless receiver. Or like that. Aha. Oh God, here we go.
Sunday, June 7th, 1903. I conducted one of the most important experiments in modern science. But what made it so revolutionary? Of course, electricity was involved in the experiment. No one would have expected anything else from me. Yes, like most of my experiments at Wardenclyffe, this one was also about wireless power transmission. However, that didn't make it unique. Independence was the groundbreaking benefit. All one needed was a single device that a person could carry on themselves. No more depending on awkward infrastructure. I just had a few final tweaks to make before I could test my new method of wireless power transfer.
Remote space wireless power transmitter. Electromagnetic wave transmitter. Current modulator. Magnetic field receptors. Power amplifying vacuum tubes. Okay. We can't put this together until we find all the pieces? Is that what they're... Oh. Yeah, just in the middle. Boys.
The entire world was on its way to efficient and affordable electrification. Once initialized, the device was simple to operate. All I had to do was point at the object I wanted to take power from, press a button, and point at the object that will consume it. Eureka!
All right. What happened? Was it part of my memory, a hallucination, or something else entirely? I need to know more. But first, I need to get out of here. Prototype seems to be in working order. I could try using it to get out of this room. Okay. It allows you to detect electrical currents. It also highlights special places with high electromagnetic potential that unlock advanced features of the device. Seek these places where all the lines and particles converge and double-click to move there. From this spot, you can wirelessly transmit electrical charge between nodes. Left-click and drag from one node to the other to establish a link between them. Hang on, I want to see what this... Blueprint my prototype. Wireless power transmitter. Important to mention, even if it's limited. Even if its use is more limited than I anticipated. Wait, what is that? Why do I have to look over here? Okay, so there are 3 things here. So we want to go from the middle to the bottom with the red wire. The black wire goes through here. Black goes up, red goes to the middle. Black wire goes from the top down to the bottom. Red goes from middle to middle. Red, middle to top. Black, bottom to bottom. Okay. I have to go for... What about all... I feel like there were like we could have got... There was other things to light up back there, but it wouldn't let me. That's annoying. I don't like that. Okay, the device is extremely useful. It doesn't... The feed of wireless I was able to revive a flicker of charge in an old battery on the table. I should help with powering equipment around here, which brings me to my own revival. I just saw something incredible, a glimmer from my past. Is my mind playing tricks on me? This has to be a neurological explanation. Maybe my mind is trying to help me remember. Either way, I'm stuck in the place until I find a way to open the electric lock on the large door, and the device I just saw could help me do just that. This device is extremely useful. I don't remember it working this well. It allows me to see nodes of electrical potential and create connections between them wirelessly, even though the latter function seems to be limited to special places, probably those with higher potential electromagnetic fields. All the missed treasure, I know. Lame. Oops. Try using what must be the main power control panel. I could have expected it wouldn't be as easy as flipping a switch. Power turned on briefly, maybe a wisp of electricity left in the lead acid batteries. It wasn't enough to open the gate, but it caused the elevator to drop to a lower floor. I might be able to use it to get to the ground floor if I can make it operational. Not. Oh, hang on. Yeah. Alright, so now we're standing in the right place for this. Here we go. Cracked gear holder. Need to get. Okay. Can't turn the camera. Oh, that's annoying. So we can only do with what we see. Yeah. It was a glowy version of a way to show what to do next, I guess? But I can't, I don't like that I can't move the... Saying the elevator works now? How do we get to the elevator? This I'm confused about. Okay, can I kill the power? No. I'm trying to get used to these things that... So right-clicking knocks me out of it. And it kind of feels like you're supposed to be able to turn. But there's no... doesn't seem to be any way to turn the camera while we're in this mode. Okay, so... I powered up the elevator. even like stuff here. New pressure vessels. Didn't I already do this? Reach. What? Why? Does it mean like move it down? Move this down? What? I don't understand. What am I telling it to do? You only have two options. It feels like this means we're trying to tell it to rotate, right? Are we just completely guessing? Is there no actual feedback? We're just fucking guessing. I don't know. I honestly don't know what we did there. It didn't even use all the I don't know. I honestly don't know. It's so easy. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get what I just did. Okay. But hey, we get to do it again, it looks like. Yeah, So, am I supposed to insinuate? See, my assumption is this means turn it to go down. But then what is this? Like, keep going down. But now we go back up. And then we go, I guess? So you bring the arm down. Move forward. Then go down. Continue going down. Now turn back up. Go down. How do you go straight? So that, then go up. Up. Rotate left, right? But then why have them be up, down? Even here, there's like up, down. Like, what are we rotating? We're not rotating the base. The arm doesn't, when the arm comes down, it doesn't. 2 months left to get with MGP. Glad it's on. Hey, nice, Michaela. See? It didn't. What? What are we rotating, Brent? I don't understand. Did all the expensive ones first. I need 500k total to get those 2 mounts. Okay, so we're telling it to... At this point, rotate this way. And then rotate this way. And then rotate back this way. And then rotate this way. Rotate this way. Rotate more this way. Rotate this way. What? This is the... Okay. It comes down. This corresponds to this. It has nothing to do with... See, I thought this was lining up with where it needed to do its action. It's not the case. Okay. So right here, it's moving forward. We need to rotate this way. Then we need to rotate back, rotate this way, rotate that way, back that way, back that way. You have a factory, now what? One of two. I had a few meetings with Samuel. He was always better than me at monetary matters. We went through my inventions, through the sizable number of patents I had created over the years, and we considered their financial viability. Oscillators, transformers, tuned circuits for various designs, all of these could help me establish my factory at the beginning of an industrial chain for modern electronics. However, that would require me to act quickly, and I'm not sure I can do that right now. I could also make radio and telegraphy parts. That is something JP Morgan really believes in. Both individuals and governments will always seek effective ways to communicate. And if those ways were mass-produced, this definitely had potential. Also worth mentioning are my remotely controlled devices. Although, as Sam pointed out, while they are interesting and could have huge implications, they aren't really feasible for mass production. They need too many tweaks depending on the purposes they are constructed for, and they will always require high customizability. Hollow quartz. I was buy my epic flight speed instantly as soon as it was available rich in WoW from Herbalism Alchemy. Nice. So are we using this? So we need a light bulb. We need a light bulb. Yes. Shrink. Let's see. Feat of Columbus. Probably one of the most far-reaching and revolutionary discoveries made by Mr. Tesla is the so-called rotating magnetic field. In this issue of Electrical Experimenter, we will explain the remarkable concept while presenting a unique opportunity to see it with your own eyes. You might remember the story of Christopher Columbus, who showed his perplexed audience that he could balance an egg on its top by cracking it a little at first. Next month at the World's Columbian Exposition, Mr. Tesla performed an even greater feat using the principle of the rotating magnetic field with an egg made of metal that cannot be simply cracked. Phase 1, Phase 2, direction of the rotating magnetic field, iron ring core, platform, and the copper egg. Between writing this, I am watching a storm unfold. The lightning strikes are sharp and frequent, and their erratic sounds bring to mind things that always made me wonder, even in my youth. Lightning travels freely through the skies and across great distances. It always fascinated me. While we have successfully harnessed the power of electricity, its freedom still eludes us. But moments like these, they show me something from a front row seat. It's an experiment, nature's own demonstration, a proof of concept. My goal, to bring about wireless power transfer, is not unnatural. It reflects how energy already moves in the world. Using a natural phenomenon like atmospheric conductivity and electromagnetism, I can harness other aspects of electricity that I already have. Sometimes it will need adjustments. Alternating current is not found in nature, and still it allows us to effectively transport energy over substantive distances, something that stumped early adopters before I arrived with my inventions. And the same thing needs to happen here. Sometimes I just need to watch the thundering skies and muse about it all. Why is there a kraken? Or an octopus in this design?
Wednesday, September 15th, 1902. I'll never forget the events of that day. I was sitting in the lounge of my new factory, preparing for an important meeting. A meeting that would ensure my financial stability for years to come. Just a few hours later, I was to make a presentation on Wall Street at the headquarters of a company which symbolized wealth throughout the US and across the ocean. The man about to receive me was J.P. Morgan, one of the most powerful men in the capitalist world, a successful banker, and my new project's investor. Nobody else was willing to provide such a large sum. Only he believed that by combining my genius and his money, could we revolutionize radio technology. And today, it was time to take our collaboration to the next level. I was sure he would love my proposal. Our meeting was supposed to be about Wardenclyffe was the ambitious project he helped me fund. Our meeting must have been related to it.
Project America? Maybe.
I don't think our meeting had anything to do with lightning.
Lighting or lightning?
America, the land of endless opportunities. But we were definitely talking about something more specific.
Friendship project?
It certainly wasn't a friendly visit. Every meeting with this man was very difficult. I've shown Morgan my radio-controlled boat in the past, but that wasn't the point of today's meeting. Yes, I'm sure I've come up with an amended proposal. But Mr. Morgan is just an investor. I'm the inventor. I'm the one who sets the direction of the entire project. And I know we can do better.
feel like there's something, that shape. You should know where it comes from, right? Huh. Okay. Oh boy. What? Okay. Oh, key.
My presentation was flawless. I spoke to the point and mentioned all the important facts. Electricity for everyone at no additional cost. I was convinced that success was guaranteed. That's why I was taken aback when I saw the investor's face turn confused, and his confusion gradually grew into anger. My sudden changes to the project and the needed financing apparently took him by surprise. I begged him to let me explain everything, but that only made the situation worse. I did listen to you. It's you who doesn't listen, he shouted at me. I tried to explain how wireless power could completely change the world, but it was no use. The whole room was filled by a single emotion. I didn't understand where all his anger came from. What made the man react with such vile aggression? J.P. Morgan's anger grew. You treat money like something you can just ignore, which you definitely can't afford to do in your situation. I haven't seen a smidgen of a completed product from you yet. Finish the radio technology. Give me something I can sell. You have to finally show more than empty promises. By the end of his monologue, he was virtually screaming. I knew our meeting was coming to an end. Others warned me that Morgan was only interested in money. I had hoped our meeting wouldn't be a waste of time, but apparently I was wrong. Never mind, I'll manage on my own. I always do. That ultimately infuriated him. Enough! Get out at once and take this piece of junk with you, he screamed, and with a beastly vigor swept my model off the desk.
Okay. Whoops. Chat, what'd you do? Cracked metal foot. No! We have to do more welding? Oh, it's not the case. Oh, no, wait a minute. So it comes... First turn is theirs. Can't see that far. Okay, that helps. Okay. It is new? It wasn't me, it was Sharp. You broke it? Ah, how could you guys? It's okay. We fixed it though. I can forgive you. We were able to fix it, I suppose. Oh my. So the hand being down here seems problematic. Oh, that's somebody else's hand. Tesla's revolutionary sex bot tech was real? Shh! Don't tell Yohei! Crown plus and the lion. Push button. A shot glass. Oh, shot glass. Right. The sound effect was pretty good. You have a factory now, what to do? Okay, I had many patents, and all of them had their merits, but one thing was certain. I wasn't sure how to sell them, but we were talking about a lot of possibilities. For now, I needed something already tested, something required by society in large quantities. Something that would stay virtually the same no matter its purpose. So I returned to the idea of AC motors, engines, and generators. With electrification in progress, every factory, vehicle, and industrial complex would need some. Sam also pointed out another benefit of going with this idea. I could throw my good name around. After Chicago, people knew me as the man behind alternating current. That was an advantage none of my competitors would have. Okie dokie. Pipe wrench for kids. Oh no. Oh goodness. Wait a minute. What? Okay, so this middle light is the only way for it to go. It's powering the top one over here. So there's no reason to change any of these that I can tell. The top one, the way for the electricity to flow is to go this way and then this way. It has to go across. Now, it could go over this way or this way. I'm not sure why we would want to send it. There's something. What is this? Is this what I'm missing? So it goes this way, flows here, goes up here, goes there, right. Or flows this way. Yeah, fine. But then shouldn't this also be powered now? Electricity's coming down here like this. Goes this way and this way. I don't know. There's something going on there. Let's. Hip flask. Hot dog. Pretty fancy. It's a pretty fancy fucking hip flask. Jesus. Okay. Still something to do with this earring that we need to figure out. Okay. Excuse me. Green is 1. Yellow is 2. Blue is 3rd. Okay. Green is 1. Back legs are pointed forward. Back legs both out. Front legs no.
Shadowed Mage shared.
Hey, Shadowed
X10.
Mage.
Greetings and salutations.
Thanks so much for the bits, Shadowed Mage. Appreciate that. How are you doing? Mechanism. You're full and kind of sleepy. Yeah, Thanksgiving dinner. Hey, happy Thanksgiving. I suppose it seems to be missing a way to control it. I think I'll have to find and place another part before I can solve it. Like maybe this. Going backwards. I think. Ta-da! Turkey, cranberry sauce, bun, mashed potatoes, gravy, roasted veggies, garlic, green beans, berry crumble cheese, salad with vinaigrette dressing, orange marshmallow jello salad, lazy man cabbage rolls, and dessert was pumpkin pie with homemade whipped cream, carrot cake with cream cheese ice. Wow, that sounds amazing. Hey, Sunganif. Illegal Canadian October Thanksgiving. Not illegal. What are you talking about? This is America. This is America. Well, happy Canadian Thanksgiving. How are you doing, Sunganif? Riverdale on Hudson, New York, October 3rd, 1902. My dear Nicola, they say you've built a tower, taller than the one you've used to talk to Mars. So what's next? Saturn? Instead, it seems this time you want to use it on our own globe to send voices, and maybe more than that, through the air. My dear friend, when I shout at clouds and talk to the wind, they call me mad. When you do it, it gets you funding. It must be the mustache. Yours gives you credibility and courage. You've already done what few others will ever manage. You've dared to try what they won't even imagine. And for that, my friend, you deserve respect, no matter what happens next. Yours in admiration, Samuel L. Clemens, a.k.a. Mark Twain. Ha! That's pretty good. Okay, we got the earring. There's more to this, but I think we gotta go. Doing good. Excellent. Thanksgiving makes more sense to be in October. Okay. I would love to hear the reasoning for any month to make more sense than another. I don't care what month you're arguing for. What is the difference? hey. We got a light bulb. Does that go over here then? It does. Green? Guessing green. The Bible says last Thursday of November? Okay, whatever. It's a harvest celebration? And ours was first anyway? Oh, maybe. So we need, what, 5 of one color. Just 5 of any one color, right? I think it's going to be red. I got 2 red on this wheel. 3 here, so how many yellow do I have? 1, 2, 3. 4. It's red. Okay. It's all of them, in fact. It was all of them. Oh. Oh. What? Okay. I don't know what the goal is. That's. I'm not sure I understand what the goal is. So we got them connected. Oh. How do we do these? Oh, it's just a matter of getting them all to turn at the same time. Okay. All right. Hooray, we got a drawer handle. JP Morgan and Company, 23 Wall Street. Nikola Tesla. Dear Mr. Tesla, I must regretfully inform you that neither I nor any of my companies will give you any further financial support. You already received 150 grand more that we initially agreed upon for a very specific scope of work. It has come to my attention that you have significantly expanded the scale of the project without prior consultation, and in conjunction with rising prices of material. This has led to you running out of money. This is neither practical nor acceptable in business. I invested with the expectation of a commercially viable result. At present, I see no clear prospect of a return. This will be my final word on the matter. Okay. Go. Now we can move. There was another crumpled piece of paper somewhere that I wasn't able to pick up. Where was that? Okay, so this can be used to Good night, Duke. Why doesn't this go across? Why does that not work? Why isn't this lighting? What? What? Huh? I can't explain it. I don't know why. Yeah, it lit up. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know why. All I did was I lined up this piece because it had there was a secondary pipe there, and it was the only one of these pieces that had a secondary pipe, right? So that's why I put that there. Why? I don't know. I don't know. Where was that I swear there was a crumpled piece of paper somewhere that I wasn't able to get to. Closed it off on me. Moving forward. Oh boy. Notes on factory security. Before the factory starts operating in full, I need to think about security. There are two main concerns. Unrestricted access by factory workers. Break-ins after work hours. The first concern I dealt with using punched cards. There are two parts of the facility where security is extremely important. Underground with main furnace, where there is a high potential danger of heat and steam, and the large crane on the main floor which could endanger workers from falling objects. Each has a different security code, and the right punched cards can be created on the Nixie tube printer next to the elevator. Okay, we have to make the right punch cards. What is the right punch cards? We don't know yet. Okay. Cool. Here. Punch card. Okay. doesn't look like it at all. Okay. It also looks like there's a fourth thing we need here. Well, of course there is. Okay. Ah, here we go. Charles Parsons steam turbine. Okay, possible improvement to the turbine design. Hearing the hum of the turbine and looking at the plan in my hand got me thinking. The pure expansive power of the steam collides with the blades again and again, causing greater wear and tear. The whole concept seems inefficient. Why should it collide? Why should it strike? Why does it need to force its way? Fluid in nature flows, it does not strike. What if instead of forcing the steam, I allowed it to move freely, steadily? I could use sliding adhesion and boundary layer interaction. A turbine without blades, no vanes, no buckets, only tight channels made by carefully spaced discs. I'm sure it'll be more effective. Said it. Ah. Okay. Ta-da. Okie dokie. Entering into dangerous territory. Working with this turbine, I decided to implement one of my ideas on how to make the system more effective and less prone to accidents. One recurring issue of steam engines is that the problem of pressure reversal. A conventional check valve resists such reversal, but depending on the pressure, it might tear or lose its durability over multiple incidents. I created a system that works on absorption and redistribution of the opposing flow instead of brute resistance. It's a labyrinth of water pipes with multiple faucets, which, when faced with pressure beyond the calibrated threshold, will open almost simultaneously, releasing the pressure in a controlled manner. This approach mirrors what I've seen in nature. A networked system is much more resilient than a singular shield. In my next design, I must make the whole system with a different loop. The biggest issue I found with this system is that it needs to be reset manually every time it absorbs pressure. But that should be an easy fix. Next time. Hey. Hey. Okay. Ooh. Legends. Boop. There's a leak. Oh noes. Play with fire. We're playing with fire. Look out. Look out. I guess that sealed it. I guess. What'd you do, chat? Jeez. That looks like a problem. Yeah, a little bit. Okay. Water comes through here. Goes this way and it stops here. That's good. And then it won't leak out. Don't want to leak there. Leaks. 3 at the bottom are leaking. I think that's what the pressure we want, so we want both of them to hit that point. If this doesn't have enough pressure, this has too much. Maybe. So if the top one doesn't have enough pressure, if it can't go across there, it has to go this way. This. I think it's back. That to happen. It's this way. This way. This has no pressure. Why this had no pressure? Huh? Okay. Oh, it's all cut off. Oh, okay. So all the... This isn't... Just leaks out there. This water goes this way. Over here. Oh, actually, it could go this way. I don't think we need that. Cut this way. Oh, it'll leak out there. got water coming from there. Water has to go here. This way. Can't go down here, so we gotta go up, over, through here, down to here, up here. Okay. Now, is that, what does that do? Okay. Yay? I think I did that right. Whew. I totally understand what I'm doing here. Well, son of a bitch. That's it. Need more power? Oh, we need... Okay. So the symbol we're trying to make... work. Hey, there we go. Okay. Punch card. Not enough power to move the cabin. I'll need to restart both the turbine and the generator first. Not enough power. Okay. Again, I totally understand what's happening. Huh? What? Okay. We're not trying to put anything together. We're simply moving things around. That's what we're doing. I thought we were trying to put something together. Nope. I think we're just moving things out of the way of the track. That's trying to connect. What are we trying to connect? If anything? I don't understand what this does. Use the whistle? Use the whistle. You know, the whistle. Can anyone else tell what we're supposed to do here? Like, does anything... Just that I'm just overlooking? Like, completely missing? It's not making a lot of sense here. Let's try to push the lever in the crane cabin. Looks like the wagon is on a raised platform. You'll need to lower it before you can push the wagon out onto the tracks. The platform, however, doesn't seem to be connected to any electricity. Huh? You have a device that can help you detect electrical circuits. Yeah. Okay. Buttons don't work. Oh, not long. Donk. Oh yeah, we gotta prop it open. Batter down the door. Bonk. Okay, so we gotta prop the door open. Bad boy, maybe? Okay. Wait, is it? Nope, that was it. Oh. Okay. Just stroll it on through, no big deal. All right, I guess that was that. Okay. What we got going on here? That seems problematic. Again, I'm unsure what I guess I don't understand what the goal is. What am I looking for here? Looking for like a break in the line? Am I checking the yellow lines? Make sure they're all solid. Is that it? Is that what they want me to do? Digital light check. It's power, is it not? That count as a break. Apparently that doesn't count as a break. Why am I working with this at all? It's like everything has power to me, right? Without having done anything at all. So maybe we're supposed to turn the power off? Oh my god. What? There are two wire bundles coming out of the switch stand. Can you see whether they're properly connected? Uh-huh. You can rotate to this in order to get a good look at the cable. Uh-huh. Try to check one of the top corners of the board. Once revealed, simply complete the circuit by pushing the contacts together. What? That's... Oof. Ay, 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 ay. That's pretty bad. Okay. Matter of electric locomotion. I have observed conventional locomotives for a long time, and now I'm convinced that the combustion engine was a necessary compromise, but no longer. Constant friction of pistons and valves, they always present dangers of explosions and sudden changes in pressure, not to mention all the soot and smoke and ash. All of this can be replaced by a far simpler, more enduring, and more human-friendly system. The rotating magnetic field, as used in my polyphase motor, is ideally suited for rail traction. Current could be drawn from the tracks themselves, needing almost no extra infrastructure, and if my experiments at the Wardenclyffe Tower are successful, the same method could be used for ships, aircraft, and maybe even small personal vehicles, although the air without pesky wire. All through the air without pesky wires. Trains here in the USA really changed history, and this could be the next step. It could reshape the very idea of transit. Everything's seamless. Everything part of one big ecosystem of cities, factories, and power plants. All right. Tesla had some really big ideas. But that is where we're going to stop for the night. We will pick this back up next week. All right. Thanks everyone for coming and hanging out, helping solve puzzles. Always appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow evening, 8 p.m. Central, for more Hades 2. Till then, I hope you all have a fantastic night. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care.